Um, Felix, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sound check. It's very noisy now because everybody's chit-chatting.
Yeah. Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on, because I think that we're. Can you hear me? Oh, I have to go.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sound check. It's very noisy now because everybody's chit-chatting.
Yeah. Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Okay.
I am having some issues with this. Okay, now I think I'm with the speakers. How is it now?
It sounds better.
Yeah, because I was with my computer before.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm in the blue. It was the blue or the other one? You hear better.
I forgot which one it
What do
was.
you hear? Well, when we start, you tell me. We'll do a small test.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, I'm going to leave. I'm going to mute, and then we'll start right now. Okay.
Okay. Oh, Tisha, you can set up. You might say got it there.
SCI-Arc.
Okay, hi everybody. We're going to be live now and then we'll stop. Thank you everybody. Thank you for joining us today. Final review. First review live. Thank you to all of you that are out there. I need you guys to check with me if you don't hear or if you need a repeat, okay? We'll make sure that everybody can hear, okay? Claire, Felix, Arena, John, Jingyao. So we're going to do a short introduction of the moving, but for those of you that are not from SCI-Arc, this is 2CAX, which is the first semester. Some people know very well. Many people know. The first semester of the MR2 program is the advanced program at SCI-Arc before the postgraduate program. All the students are students that did a 4-year degree in architecture, so they are all architects, which means that when they come to this program at SCI-Arc, because they want to go beyond, they want to explore the disciplines beyond what you learn and so on. So this studio is a studio that we're doing a high elementary school. The site location is Diamond Ranch in Pomona, which is the building of Morphosis. Morphosis is a high school, and we did an extension to that high school. We had a conversation with Tom Men and Shannon Wright, and we really investigated existing projects. And we had a conversation about architecture, was quite interesting. So the idea is that the studio is trying to go beyond representation in kind of traditional manner. And so students work this semester in a kind of cinematic design experiment. And we use the IMS powers of 10 as a way to kind of investigate the evolution of a design process. The evolution started with the chair, the same like the IMS would zoom in into the hand and then go to the universe. They started with one chair, then one classroom, after that classroom, a bundle of classrooms, the program, and then the site. And always working cinematic, meaning that it's always animated. So students are going to present with a movie, a 3-minute movie, and then a grid of images so you can see the powers of 10 in a grid. But the idea, they haven't done plans or sections, no program diagrams, no SAT analysis. They only work in visualizing this high school that they've done. Marceline and I started after departure with the rules for our chair were using Tonet chairs. Bent wood, 19th century chairs that the students kind of developed. Cecilia, you want to bring your model? Yes. Okay. The students did a 3-minute movie, a grid of images, and a model. Because of times like this, don't expect that it's a SCI-Arc model. This is a very simple model. It's a diorama, 3D printed, a bunch of a printout, and a bunch of toys. It's not at the standard, let's say, but we wanted to kind of begin doing something. A rubber duck, yeah. Great. You have the other box that you gave me the other day? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so Marceline, I'm teaching with Marceline. These are individual studios, but Marceline and I did the same grade. So,
Yeah, and so I just want to thank everyone for this wonderful group of guests that we have today, and friends, some new friends, some old friends. And I just wanted to go around and invite everyone to tell us what we're currently working on. And I'd like to begin with Sophie Cook, who came all the way from London to join us. He's a very long-standing friend of SCI-Arc. So Peter, maybe you just want to say a word?
Yeah, I just completed the building. And then I'm just looking to this last minute.
Not sure.
One of the many projects that we're involved in is happening. also this week working on a village, which is kind of done the village before. And a lot of drawings at the moment. I seem to be selling prints, which I never used to do. So I'm going to do an exhibition in the museum in Denmark in 3 weeks' time. It's not particularly quiet time. It's just business as usual. We just moved up on Santa Monica. Jill and I are on Zoom.
Thanks so much for joining us.
And director, like to say Jennifer Chen.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Chen. I am a faculty at SCI-Arc.
She just won an amazing grant, so congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Claudia Weiner.
Hi, I'm Claudia. I also did the TDX program a few years, so a handful of years now, I guess.
Yeah, we don't count it yet, Claudia.
I'm wrapping up teaching at Cal Poly Pomona, teaching studios and digital courses there, working super busy doing kind of small interventions with youth, also grants here, so excited to see the work.
Thank you. And Yasmin Benjamin.
Yes, I've had the pleasure of teaching here this past year as a guest lecturer, and I'm writing a book and I'm writing some essays, and yeah, mostly with history theory, but also design. And I taught a film studio. Sorry, I'm like really fan gaming right now, so this is like major me. I was just looking at your drawing book, so just like my brain is exploding. Anyway, so that's me.
And David Eskenazi.
I'm David. I'm also like that for faculty just went together. I have a practice here in LA. Desk, and that's all you got. That's all I got for you.
Yeah.
And John Cooper.
Oh, John's here.
Hi.
Hi, John.
Can you hear us?
You're muted.
Oh, you're muted, John.
Hi. Yeah. Nice to kind of meet everybody. I can partially hear fragments of like a sort of surrealist discourse, but I'm faculty in history and theory and currently in the south of England.
Thank you.
Soon to be.
Excellent. So our first student is Cecilia. Go ahead.
I'll start with the video. Our program is start to
Can you speak
design.
up? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Our group is start with the chairs. I designed 3 types of chair, like the moving camera follows the sliding chair. It can provide options for students to move from every platform. And these are the other 2 types of chair for study and rest. And now it moves to the combine of 3 classrooms. In this state, I introduce nature and the different layer of platform can create conditions for more activity for students. And also in this stage, I add some amber roof to enrich the studying experience for students and to make them different from the other area. These are some render about how students work and study here. Now it moves to the whole campus. I add more layers and expand the existing platforms to make them as landscape and roof. This is to produce richer spatial experience in the vertical direction. And the roof and landscape also connects three parts of my compass and also serve as a visual access. This view mainly shows how the landscape and roof expand on the existing high school building and also encourage activity exchange from the existing building. Then we have a huge slope in the north side, so it is a chance for us to correct platform under use space. For the landscape, you mainly use street form and nature to combine with the outer space. Now I go back to this bit. That's my video. Grid is like a timeline of our program. This from a design of chair to a single classroom and the combine of classroom group and the whole campus. I choose orange and yellow as my main color from the start. So when I design the three type of chair, I use them. And then I merge different texture and more mental and transparent material to merge in this screen. These are two photos of this 3D print model here. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you,
Thank
Cynthia. Sorry, the students and everybody on Zoom, do you hear well? Are we okay with audio? Yeah.
Just about.
Okay.
Sorry.
What's interesting about that chair is that it's got a very explicit structure, right? So you can see the structure is revealed. But then you also have this sort of soft, mushy, the seating, right? And it's an interesting contrast between the two, and yet the structure also becomes ornament, right? And takes on this sort of figuration. So I see the trajectory from the chair to this radial sort of figure clearly. I think it's interesting the way that you talked about it, scaling up into landscape, and also it seems to be infrastructure. What I see is I could imagine if you were to reverse engineer it, that this would be this sort of figure with radial edges that then you striate, right? You sort of cut these score cuts in it, and you start lifting up the gills, right, of it. So I could even imagine it going the other way, which is that you start with that planar condition and you move to the end position of these things kind of sort of separating or lifting off the ground. And so it's an interesting how at the end, the membrane is quite thin, but you have some really thick elements as well. And it's an interesting mix.
Thank you.
I think it's amazing how much one's early school, I went to 10 different schools, and I still remember the spaces, maybe because more than I remember the teaching, and they had very distinct atmospheres. Some were sort of oppressive. I did in the middle of these 10 different schools go to what was called very progressive school, which is one of the first that had sort of inside-outside classrooms and stuff. And that remains in the mind also as a sort of very much an atmosphere rather than something that we talk about. But the other thing I think, following on from the last comments, is this, in this situation, as you develop the project, as I understand, going into bottom up, you may not have to do a building at all. At this stage, the conglomeration that you have are not really buildings, they're objects of different size and different degrees of intensity, but they're not so far buildings. Now, Tom and the boys, when they did the Diamond Branch School, they broke quite a lot of the rules of normal schools. I've heard reports that in Bona, it was not a particularly happy area, but the school had a fantastic psychological effect on it. So there's no doubt that when you are at school, every little kind of corner or every kind of jolly corner, every kind of oppressive box does have an effect. And then later you read about what was the culture at the time when they built the school. And it's not just through architecture, but it's through attitudes towards enclosure, oppression, domination, looseness. Like as I say, I went to one school which was very, very loose, incredibly loose. You used to call your teacher Charlie, which in England you don't do. And it was distributed around a number of cottages around the field. It's really weird by comparison, but it was sort of great in many ways. The thing though is, of course, the other thing, if I can raise a general issue, the kid comes from a family, and if you are a teacher, you discover that the degree to which the taught environment and the school and the hours of the school day, the degree to which they affect psychology, and the degree to which the psychology is input by the family. I know from working colleagues that Chinese families operate very differently from North European families, for example. The degree to which they control or do not control. So it might well be, I'm imagining, whoever comes to this school, it might be the first time they've ever seen things that are orange. Because most families, I just got a building which has a lot of orange and yellow in it, it just so happened. But this is not normal. And most households don't have a lot of orange. And, most households, in fact, are color-wise conservative, scared of it. In fact, most architects are color scared. And then you have trinkets, you have objects which you might or might not have a degree of color. And if you think, the thing that always strikes me about people's houses is how, particularly in the US of A, how much brown, gray, and beige there is. The brown, gray, beige thing sort of comes from the German tradition, I think. It's not the same as the Middle Eastern tradition or, say, the Spanish tradition, but it seems to have pervaded this country. So chances are, 80% likelihood at home, 90% likelihood, there's no orange. Most things are sort of brown, maybe a bit of beige, maybe white, maybe some white. And then they hit this color. I think it would be amazing. It would be the odd kid who would be completely disoriented. What's going on here? Go home to tell mum. Mum said, "How was your first day at school?" She said, "Well, I sat on this pink seat and it looks like something out of a cafe. And then, there was this orange table and I don't know, the teacher was wearing turquoise for all I know." So that runs through my mind. I think you should be fearless. I think you should continue in the direction. Maybe you don't need to do something other that keeps the rain off. Okay, fair enough. But it doesn't have to be a building. As you know.
The orange is so interesting because I noticed in your project, at least, that I don't know if it's orange or if it's gold or if it sort of kind of goes between a couple things, but when you're zoomed into it, it feels quite luscious, and when you're zoomed out, it feels like it's more part of landscape, but different. but the color is also kind of yeah, it's like that landscape of like behind it that's like barren is somehow being on that orange color. I'm just trying to think a little bit of like what I like about what I tell from the studio so far is that there's this kind of zooming out that you guys are doing. It's actually pretty interesting because I think for a long time that was always like a big problem with some of this genre was like it would work at a certain scale, look really good at the overall, but then you zoomed in and things got a little bit like not great, or you designed zoomed in and you zoomed out, it was like too much. And what I was kind of thinking is like there's like stoppages that we see sometimes in like architectural drawings, like architects of course they design certain things. It seems like what you guys are doing is like when you're just like close-ups and like far away shots allow you to sort of zoom in and out of those things. And what I love is the things that appear at both, like the orange. The orange can somehow become like a backdrop that blends into other things around the building. And then when you zoom really in, it becomes like this really beautiful, I don't know, it's like a gold curtain that like sets the scene for things or sort of allows you to sort of like much more luscious. But just that one material or like one with like a curve would sort of do different things from people that are really far away versus really close is kind of amazing. So I don't know. I like that the funny things are sort of there, and then that they're operate at different scales at the same time or different zooms at the same time. Is like how close you are to things is like super important, but also not that important.
It starts with a single platform and it may become easy if the geometry covers the whole canvas. So I also use this color code to unify.
Right.
And you can see that across scale.
I think what's really interesting about your project is the mobility aspect. I think as they pointed out, the chair that moves starts to move around, and I would think that if there's one memory that you might maintain as a child, like being in that school, it's the fact that your chairs are moving and guiding you along to different classrooms, I guess. And I wonder, I mean, I guess it's like, if we're zooming in and zooming out, like how do you then translate that idea? Like as you zoom out further, across even the whole planning of the site, like do you ever really walk, or are you always like moving around in these, automated chairs and seats, and the tables start moving too? And I think that idea, or even like a table being able to adjust, right? Like when everyone's been working at home and everyone's buying these like desks that can allow you to stand up, or you can even exercise at the same time as you're working. So the idea of these transformable objects, like of the chair, or maybe the table, maybe the platforms can move, like the screen can start moving more. I think that would be something interesting to continue working on. And then I think the issue of color is really, obviously really important, especially in early learning. And obviously, like none of my elementary schools had a lot of color. Like the color were in the toys or like in the playground, and we would go. Like what I remember the most is playing. Like any moment you could play and not like be lectured at. That's what I remember. Or going out to the playground and taking the chalk and like coloring up all of the ground space. And so I think that idea too is like what, to Peter's point, like it's not about a building, but maybe about how you can interact in the space, or the things you can do, or how the space maybe yields some kind of other activity or reinforces maybe playfulness, or like the act of playing and learning through playing. Like you learn a lot even playing hopscotch outside, or like, all of the games that there are, like those are really important. That's where you actually start to interact with your peers, right? Or with your friends, those social interactions are really important in early learning as well. And so I think those two ideas would be something to continue on.
Well, maybe just you said, to me there are many things, but two things pop up. One is, to me, it's fascinating the contrast with the Diamond Ridge High School. It's all about edges, hardship, and even the challenge the notion of education. This one is, and I think maybe what Claudio was saying is, is the idea of like a playground. Instead to think it, which is kind of interesting because most of the studies prove that what kids need in early age is freedom and playfulness. And particularly in we live, it's everywhere right now. Create this culture that in early age, people have it became like an obstacle career. So your education is achieving whatever. So the notion that, and it's remarkable when we look back, all of us, different ages, different generations, how oppressive most of the schools that we all were part of. And it's so antithetical what you're supposed to be doing at that age. The thing that you remember, yes, it's playful. Also, the notion that an architecture can almost force you. Like imagine if you're a teacher or the headmaster in this place, you will have to say, okay, fuck it, we're gonna have to play here. I mean, we cannot do the conventional thing and so on. So there is something about the radicality, and this is something that over the years, architecture has kind of given up the capacity that they have to influence that. So I think that notion of the kind of a three-dimensional garden, three-dimensional play, which I think it will be a signature in all the projects one way or another. I think it's a super interesting one. There is also the notion of the labyrinth. And one would imagine a place like this, I think it will stimulate your imagination to try to figure out what the space it will occupy. And maybe again, I talk about my own experience. Apparently, my kids go to the Waldorf school, which is not as cool as this, but the principle is the same. It's kind of a forest with a little cabins here and there, and they all have to learn to navigate. So, and I think there is the premise of it, and of course, the color I think is great, and everybody's over the top with it, almost to the point like an acid trip. But I think that to me that's remarkable. But as pure design strategy, I think the contrast, the Diamond Branch, which by the way, it was a pretty radical project at the time. So the idea that what we think in the 90s radical today, we would consider it as established, and then it needs to be challenged to something else. I think that to me is that dichotomy and that dialogue and that friction. I think the project becomes more interesting. I think if your project was self-standing in the middle of the landscape, it will not be as interesting because it's producing that friction. And it's almost a way to start to stage life. Okay, elementary school, playful, high school, playful but less. There's certain ages you can get cut. Life is start to get more complicated. So there's something about that which also I think is remarkable. And I think you guys need to embrace that argument. That you embrace, and I mean, not only the power of 10 of these, but the power of architecture. I mean, even these boring buildings and so on, pretty much every person that comes at traditional school of architecture, they're fascinated because it has a kind of a playground, permanent reconfiguration, and so on, and it still is a pretty boring building. But imagine there is something interesting when you challenge how the architecture needs to be occupied. And I'm pretty sure if this will about to be built, the kids will figure it out way earlier than the grown-ups, what to do with it. That to me is a fascinating thing, this idea that in a way look excessively formalistic, but at the same time it will produce that kind of unpredictability, which to me I think is pretty much required. And the notion that there is no concession whatsoever to any sense of type, I think that's super interesting.
Thank you. With that, we'll have to, you guys, I know there are more comments, but maybe we can build them up. We have a lot of students, so we can distribute them. Thank you, Sisha. We're moving to stop now. Cool. So we have our next student.
Hats and cupcakes. Two favorite things.
Well, hello, my name is Lou. Today I'm going to introduce my design for the Diamond Ranch Art and Science Elementary School. So the project will be located on Diamond Ranch High School, taking place the building on the east side of the high school. My design theme for this project is, oh, maybe I just like introduction. Yeah. So my design theme for this project is like engage and fresh. The goal is to bring more vitality and like passion to the new elementary school. The project is mainly focused on the notion of scale of change. I give like a project like a shape that is totally different from the regional Diamond Ranch High School. Test out some like interesting shapes, design some like unexpected shadow pattern, and try to keep the entire site more fun. So let's play the video. The chair transformation from the idea of a solid chair. Again, hold up. The elements. Go. So the idea of this transformation is to change the regional solid chair into an asymmetric design and make it more engaging and organic. My partner Arjun and I also twist the curve on the chair, and we try to bring more natural elements like branch, flood elements into the design, make it more attractive to the elementary school user. The idea for this design of the classroom is about extension. So we keep using like the curvature elements from the chair, try to think about the growing branch that will cover the entire classroom. So they start to create some sliding space and shadow and form those elements into like a building cluster. So when those branches grow up, they grow into the solid torso that forms enclosed space like an architecture. It starts to give like this complex engaging structure across the site. I used the design for the previous thing and I think that this is a solid organic branch that will form and become a support of this cluster. Now this organic form becomes even stronger. So it finally becomes like a tree, try to protect the entire school just like a tree provides shelter. The trunk and the branch interweaving into the three unique shell structure, and those beautiful shell structures separate the whole site into three different spaces with different functions. Those interweaving structures also create a gorgeous shadow pattern, and not only like generate a cool shading area, but also gives the elements like unexpected experience. Yeah, overall, the semester for this project is focused on the entire scale transformation. The idea is like powers 10. The discovery for this project also gives a like new perspective to explore the possibility of the architecture. And yeah, that is my presentation. Thank you so much. Maybe just like then play it.
Sorry, you might have said it. What happens in those spherical things with eyeballs, igloos,
So
whatever?
it's kind of like a, so you see from the like there's like a little, I don't know, there's like a point shape, or like a shadow. I'm thinking about this is gonna be like a keep forming, like growing. You try to like feel out of my hands, like.
Can you imagine as a learning pod or a classroom?
Yeah, there's like a classroom pod of yeah, and it's just it's like cluster for each like classroom.
You wanted to show the stills maybe?
Yeah.
We're talking maybe if you can zoom in on something that just can. Oh, escape.
Or escape.
maybe I'll start again. I think what there's an interesting conflict here. I think for me about the sort of the Art Nouveau beginnings. You know, the Expressionist kind of beginnings. This total work of art. You know, you can imagine from the doorknob to the building. This kind of whiplash line that refers to nature. And sometimes it's explicit and sometimes it's more abstracted. But then as you scale up, it becomes more of the sort of structural rationalism. I was thinking of Jürgen Meyer's Parasol project in Sevilla, you know, and that's a different thing, right? That's a kind of a scaffolding. It's a kind of it is parasol, right? It's a kind of a shelter, but it's porous. So it creates this overall kind of, again, structural kind of clarity. But then underneath you have these sort of bubbly kind of shapes. It's very different from the previous project. The previous project, you could imagine, was more of a matte building that started to thicken. And here it is definitely discrete. Even the nature is discrete. It's like a tree, you know, a pod, a tree. So everything kind of has a kind of discreteness about it. And then what holds it all together is this kind of parasol, right? Is this overlay. So I wonder how we went from one to the other. I think it's interesting, but I feel like I'm missing one sort of step.
I return to the theme of the impression of the child, and you know the seat is pretty crazy, and I think that certainly there'd be no seat at home like that. And the kid would go back home saying, you know, I sat in this thing, it seemed to work okay. It's weird. Now, whether you could even extend the idea and say you could have a range of these seats, you could have some that are more sort of on the go, and some that were almost straight up and down, and others that were very soggy, and others that were sort of things that you could play with. So I remember as a kid, you know, when you were bored, you play with the scratcher table, you play with gum under the table, you play with it. As soon as it wheels around, that's open. But then you've got the house within the house thing, which other architects have been played with over the years. You know, the notion of the house within the house. So the first thing you identify was the chair, then the pod. So would your pod be different from the other guy's pod? Would there be certain idiosyncrasies of your pod? You say, yeah, but our pod is kind of shiny. Their pod is kind of not shiny, but it has dots on it. They can feel it. You know, I think also it could be interesting in this kind of stuff is what's the nature of the thing that you feel? Does it give when you feel? Is it like this chair which does not give? Does the wall resonate or not, etc. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that could go. Then you have the cage. I think, I have a hunch. You have come here from another school. Yeah? You can't wait to do some buildings. I can sniff a mile of somebody who, though the program, the approach to the program is not your buildings, bottom up, but you want to do some buildings here. You can't wait to do a railway station or whatever the hell. And I don't mind this because I've always liked with students the fact that you don't try and fight what is their instinct, you try and roll with it. You say, okay, yeah, fair enough. You put a side where you might not see so many buildings, certainly not in this country, but okay, you have a legitimacy if you want to do buildings, but you can play certain games that will help you move towards that. You can't wait to take over the ranch school. And I think you can also, you know, if I can go backwards from that, as somebody pointed out, I think that the school was quite avant-garde at the time, and it did something to the psychology of those kids, giving them a great sort of deck to run around on in interesting buildings and interesting sort of chasms between them. You gave them a new world. You give them another new world. I think they could enjoy. They, like you, try to understand why you need to have these like a railroad station thing there. But it sort of, then I can be devil's advocate and say, it doesn't matter. It would give them another thing. They say, hey, that large structure isn't like the road down the road. You know, it's something else. It's, there is also the arrogant role of architecture applied to school, which is to extend the world. And there are some schools that teaching might be quite impressive. I mean, usually there's sort of expensive, fancy schools, where suddenly the kid hits sort of high Gothic. They don't know what the high Gothic is, and they don't know why it's like that. They hit it. I'm sure there isn't any high Gothic at home. And I don't know what the feedback of that is, because if I see a high Gothic school, I expect it to be sort of Victorian teaching. So that sort of thing is intriguing. I think one can use that bit of architectural arrogance and say, the school isn't necessarily like home. In fact, it really shouldn't be like home. In fact, it should really be a metaphor for expanding the world. The kid. Now, if it's also fun at the same time, then you're also.
Can I say something? If you can hear me, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I can only patchily hear you guys, so forgive me if this kind of if I repeat something. I think it's a really cool project, and also like the last one. And yeah, I struck in both of them how all of the like weird, complicated kind of morphological play is taking place kind of in the roof structure. And I'm interested that the kind of the ground remains quite kind of flat. And when you show kids in there, they're kind of standing with quite ordinary postures. But when I was looking at your amazing chairs, kind of Dali-esque chairs, I feel like the kinds of things you could do in and on those chairs are way more kind of choreographically proliferating than just sitting on them. And I think that's the really cool thing about kids, is that they especially young kids like that will go to this school, is they haven't yet been disciplined into the limited repertoire of posture that constitutes normative adulthood. And I think like kids are much more like kind of insects or like little animals than grown-ups. Like their bodies haven't yet been formalized to just sit or stand. And so I was thinking, you know, maybe that some more of the logic of your chairs, which seem to invite like sprawling, like lying down, spreading out over stuff, being upside down, doing all that kind of stuff. That to me, that seems to signify also the logic of a pedagogy. That if you take the line that actually the way your body's oriented in the world partially determines what you can learn or how you learn or how you might teach or how you might interact, then I think you could kind of apply all of that logic that you've done to the chair and to the walls and the roof and everything, also a bit to the floor. Because I think the floor is really where kind of normative forms of behavior gets reinforced. And I think the flattening of the floor is a kind of hidden normativity. And, you know, because I was thinking about, I don't know if you know, also I thought about this, especially in the last project, really evoked it to me, is the architecture of Arakawa and Ginz. And, you know, in their works, the floor is never flat. And it's this like refusal of rectilinearity and flatness, which they, you know, articulate in their kind of written work and the way they spoke about the work as being the really radical impetus that creates different kinds of human being. And I feel it seems to me that that's the kind of thing that your school could do, and the last project. They could really produce different kind of species, different mutants of the human. And to me, that's what's so kind of amazing and inspiring about them. I just think it should also not leave the floor untouched.
I have a similar kind of comment, and maybe relying on what Yasmin was saying, that there is a kind of a discreteness to it all. And even if when you're trying to overlay these different layers and the kind of different shadows that it creates. All of those things are really good ingredients, but yet they remain untouching and they remain very clean and polite, to each other. So maybe, following on what John is saying about sort of, playing with the ground or thinking about the whole thing as more of a landscape. And then I'm kind of imagining even the plants could start to crawl on these structures so that the plants are just another layer and another kind of texture to corrupt it a bit, to help merge things. Right? Yeah, so because everything is so clean, even if you're trying so much to sort of make them organic and work with each other.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So some teams work together, some teams work individually, some teams split up. And now we have a team of students. Wayland and Jack.
So we're going to start with the grid and then get into the video. Hello, everyone. So for our project, we noticed with the Diamond Ranch High School that the defining sort of architectural characteristic was this avenue that cut right through the school and was a place for circulation and sort of joint activity and light penetration and just emphasize all the ideas we've been talking about in terms of freedom and exploration. So in our school, we really wanted to sort of reorganize that concept into the entire school. And that got us to the concept of a school with no walls, a school with no rigid circulation structure, a school that really pushed the idea of play and exploration and accessibility and equity for everyone that goes to the school.
So we began our design at the scale of the chair. Using the Tournet as a precedent, we designed a series of 3 chairs, 2 of which are in the diorama. In our chair designs, we explored the use of the line and its aesthetics and structural properties, but also being very playful in the way we designed our chairs. In our pedagogical approach to the classroom, with the school with no walls, we used an open classroom that transforms during the day, starting with the learning circle, the group lesson, the open play space, and ends with the collaborative learning. The line enters the classroom as a track system, which is a modifier for the furniture and the decentralized library throughout the day.
With the circulation of the space being so open and the tracks being what they are throughout the space as a method of transferring knowledge and information, the way that our school is organized is from the avenue from Diamond Ranch, you get into a central node of the library, and on the other end is administration, and everything in between those buildings are just class spaces, collaborative learning spaces, library nodes, and as well as dining and outdoor spaces. The way that our school works with the outdoors is very fluid, and how the outdoor classrooms transition into the indoor, especially on our roof plane, we have the secondary sort of circulation option above the school, sort of sitting between the ground plane and what act as the shading structures for the buildings. And this space is not only just a green space, but also another sort of layer of education space and space to collaborate and to learn sort of at different planes, to experience the site in different ways.
In our site design, we got rid of the concrete pad and the sort of single elevation. We restored the hill to its natural topography, and our architecture follows that topography with with several steps down the hill at several different elevations. So the architecture follows that topography.
Taking the perspectives as they come. The idea of having this sort of wildflower bloom, capturing the moment of the school when it's at its most colorful. The idea that buildings and parts of the structure also move strategically with this track system extending to the exterior and being able to provide accessibility on such a dynamic site.
In that last video, what was the green stuff moving? Yeah, what was the green stuff that was moving inside of that? This little green elements. It looks like there was a
Oh, that was the, oh yeah, so the columns within the space are these sort of,
With the shader. It's moving the shader.
yeah, the idea that the furniture on the interior could also be sort of interactive,
Right.
either digital or just a material difference.
It's a rendering.
It's a rendering issue, but we could also rationalize it as a screen.
Don't say that. Let me just pretend for a minute.
Exactly. Or with,
I only asked because I was just thinking like it'd be kind of interesting to have a high school that also just has like random art installations
Yeah.
that don't have anything to do with which it made me think that maybe that's kind of where we are as architects. Like partly there's architecture and buildings and organization, and partly maybe today there's like other stuff, what it looks like from far away, what maybe artists might do. Maybe there's other audiences or people that might have something to do with that building. So I kind of like that there's, I don't know, your project is like, it seems like such a plan-based project. Like I know we're not doing plans, but we have like, it's sort of like, it's like,
I mean,
it's
the area
it's
goes
like-
one way,
yeah, the powers of
it's
10
like
that
you
sort
guys
of
are-
forces
but that's okay. But it's like, what's really great about it is that it seems to take the classroom, the ideas about the education super seriously, which I love that, like the classroom, so-called, whatever. But I don't know, the thing that I think that's really exciting is that last moment where there's the stuff that's a little bit more irrational, the stuff that's a little bit like, well, what's that thing? That's like floating in that box, like all by itself. That would sort of, I think, like assume, there's only so much that we can plan as architects about how people might use that space. You guys can put a bunch of stuff on the table and let them figure it out, which I think is like a great strategy. And then there's just like other stuff that you do that might not have anything to do with the classroom, that is like, maybe an artist comes in and does installations of these pods for the drive-by or whatever. Or maybe there's like just other things that the architecture, it's just you guys like doing things that don't have anything to do with anything programmatically. That to me is where it's like it sort of takes on other forms of culture beyond the education part of culture, which you guys took really seriously. And I think that that's like pretty interesting as a proposal. It's like, I don't know, it just struck me because it was the first video. It was like a tree that's like on green fire that's like stuck inside of like a tree. What's that thing about? That was like the weirdest thing part of the thing. I love that. I don't know. I love thinking that that could be something. That's where either you send the good students or the bad students.
Right.
Go to the tree that's on fire over there. No, I don't think.
I like that openness though. I mean, the thing I was thinking of was like, oh gee, you guys should do some kind of a furniture taxonomy, right? Like you have the whole project is movable based, right? And so the furniture moves, the infrastructure is mobile, the services are mobile, right? So you'd have pods that are porta potties, you would have water tanks that also move around. So depending on how many elements come together to serve a certain function, it could be more dense or less dense. But I love this sort of the kinetic aspect to it. I think you could push it much further, right? In other words, that when you scale it up, you want to keep that energy, that moving quality, right? That we could imagine those things also shifting. Because what's interesting is you talk about the seasons, right? And so as the seasons change, do these umbrellas kind of change their orientation? Do they, change their incline
right? And I think that that could definitely at that scale, the site scale, really be approached as well, because that initial diagram of the pieces coming together and then, growing and agglomerating, right? I think, how to scale that up, but also just to think about all the other boring stuff like storage. Where do you put the extra furniture when there's not as many kids, right? That somehow just moves with you too.
We're following this theme of the school of theatre, it is, and I'm fascinated by the initial the one right in the center there.
Yeah.
The kind of collage, right? Because what that suggests is a very wide range of artifacts. You talked at the beginning about having a school that didn't have any walls. Now, just as devil's advocate, I can say that I can remember that the wall, rather than the room, often was quite a useful thing. People were cleaned up against them. Used to throw things, used to throw balls, to draw on. So the wall, the big wall like this is an encumbrance. The notion of a vertical surface that you can do things to. I would add to your perfect. That then raises the issue: just how many typologies of paraphernalia might you be able to absorb? That raises an interesting issue, because one part of me is saying, let's have more. Why do those bookcase things look the same? Shit, it could be different. Some could be that, some could. And then it raises the thing of you very quickly in normal schools come to know what the typologies are. That's obviously going to be the thing something to write on. That's the thing. Some window, etc. But here it proliferate. Now then, and that's its charm. And so that the position of things is never the same. Maybe the look of things is never the same. They might do similar activities, but they might not. But just devil's advocate again. What about the nervous child? What about the child who's been brought up in a very procedural background? Now, if they go to this place and they go, like many of us do, you go through sort of uncomfortable month or so, and then you're first you're pain in the ass when you get back home, because you're expecting it, you can't handle this month. So again, it raises a central issue in my mind, is how the school environment and its artifacts and its theatre and its procedures and its references and its colours, how that is absorbed into. And how do we make it more than just amusing to ourselves? How do we make it play a kind of subtle game of referencing and opportunity, where you do go home and say, we don't need to put books on the shelf like that. We don't need to have chairs like that. We don't need to be uncomfortable, etc. I think it could be a very interesting, it is theatre, and good school experiences are theatre. You come, like, over the years, come to this place. I could write a play about this. Building, actually essential. And you don't have a building. You do have this platform. Actually, there's quite a lot of art, got rid of the walls, but actually you've got these kind of hats. You've got these terraces. As soon as you do terracing, we're all into we all love terracing, but it does what the terrace says, for the moment, you're on this condition. It's quite tectonic, actually. And then we will go down to the next position. And there's certain things that, as soon as you disassociate that plane from that plane, the guys that you can probably hear and shout to and throw things at, but they can't quite, there's a sort of discipline. So it's always this game of how much you can proliferate the language, and what are the overt and what are the secret disciplines. And that's part of the learning experience. You know how far you can go, and then you say, hey, let's, if you're an imaginative child, you think of ways in which you can pervert we all do. Think this, how can you pervert it? How can guys that make bombs behind them, bicycle sheds in school, last of 10 schools, just to cheer things up.
I wonder if part of that too, there's like, I think something you guys are doing, like, is that, for example, like yellow, that feels like a tree. I feel like it reminds me of like the idea of, it's like very permanent. Like the idea of the big tree that everyone's sort of, it's like a gathering. It makes me think a little bit about like how these different children might not just react to small scale stuff, but also the way that they develop an idea of like sociality to them. Like, that maybe one thing that you guys are doing, it's not just the classroom can be rearranged, but that there's this other scale of like things happening at really big sizes that might have some other way of bringing the school together or bringing students together, or whatever, and like operates very, very differently than the other stuff. And that seems like another nice thing about the studio is that when you guys zoom in and out, you're able to sort of think through both the chair, not just the folding chair, but like the chair and the desk. And then also these like really big moments of like, I'm still obsessed with one of the blocks. But the ones that you can see from far away, like what is it about architecture that brings people like want to walk in? There's always the classic drama of like big spaces. That's like our classic number one. But then there's also like the other classic number, which is just like big objects. And I think that there's something really nice about that maybe at least no one of it seems like it could see into the together and sit around this thing.
Excellent.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye. Great job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We have our next student.
Sting in that orange.
Hello, I'm Samson. And my project is Pointillist Oak Elementary, which takes replication as a point of departure. The Tonette chairs were replicated in terms of their formal design strategies and part-to-whole relationships to create chairs for the elementary school classroom. Replication is also used as a visual technique in animation, replicating different views showing different elements. Parts of the chairs were used across different scales to form the classrooms, shade structures, and curving paths. The classroom is centered around a formal teaching pad and a traditional seating layout, with the teacher at the front of the classroom and students arranged in rows. In response to recent developments in in-person learning, class sizes have been reduced and hybrid learning is achieved through the use of iPads. Windows of varying sizes, fill heights, and depths are arranged around the classroom, allowing for views from children's heights, built-in seating, and different visual connections. To further respond to renewed learning practices and California lifestyle, outdoor learning pods are available for instruction in between the administration building and multipurpose room. The pods are sprinkled through a bioswale education laboratory linked by an elevated stepping stone pathway allowing for wildlife to pass under. In the specialty classrooms, a less traditional seating layout is deployed while still using the pads to orient the chairs' placements. They are arranged in clusters of 5 and dispersed through the classroom into pods. Extending out from each cluster, the circulation paths incorporate a pointillist logic of movement that is pervasive across the entire project in different scales. from the platforms and pathways to the fenestration and material strategies. The programmatic organization is based on linking the existing pedestrian corridor that bisects Diamond Ranch High School to a main pedestrian corridor going through the middle of Pointers Oak Elementary. From this corridor, the campus is divided into 4 zones: administration, early childhood, the commons, and classrooms. The classrooms are dispersed throughout the site and clustered according to grade level. There is also a specialty classroom that can be used for art, technologies, or pod learning, as well as a library dedicated to every 2 grade levels. One enters the campus through the west side of the site into the lobby and administration offices that are flanked by 2 after-school classrooms. The lobby exits south of the site, leading to the library and faculty lounge. The early childhood playground is built into a concave landscape berm that is surrounded by the early childhood classrooms. The rest of the site is organized around 2 oak preserves housing the commons and upper grade playground. Classrooms are dabbled across the slope and grouped together by mesh shade structures, creating areas of discreteness and continuity simultaneously. The overall site strategy was to treat the site as a canvas and construct an image in a pointillist fashion that incorporates both architecture and landscape. Which one in particular?
You could just scroll through them, yeah.
All right.
The original, sorry, I missed it. What was the original piece of furniture? That was the kernel.
It was these, kind of this chair right here.
Yeah, it seems for me the most interesting part of the project, right? I think when you started the chair, that's the thing. We're new to the school. First thing you ever done here is this chair, right?
Right.
And that's interesting because we came from the corporate. Always fascinating to you have a program, but on the other hand, you're fighting or absorbing or dealing with something. You visit references survived long enough to get the company, so you must be able to handle it. But in the process, so you come here and you say, in style, rah, you know, and you put all, and actually you do the wah, because it really be the best moment of your life. And you put it into that chair, and the chair has a spirit, and it looks as damn comfortable. I mean, I'm one of those chairs, seriously, it looks really, really good.
Yeah.
Then, as you move into the, pretty soon you start being the architect again. And in your description of the things, the demarcated things, you even have this I was looking at this building on this building, this piece of sort of brown stuff that has windows in it, holes in it, in order to keep them. And I thought, we're back into business as usual that you might have picked up in Nebraska, wherever the hell you came from. You know, so that's some old stories propping up, then the tabula rasa for the new stories, but the new don't quite have, if I can be critical, they don't quite have the spirit of the chair. Like somehow you slightly become orthodox, dare I say it. I mean, it's funky stuff, and I like the model the best, actually. The model has a very particular
atmosphere about it because it's innovation is the contrast of this mechanical orange, which I mean you could build stuff. It looks just like that. And it can even be 4 square, dare I say. And then you have this strange garden inside it. Is it a garden or is it a room or is it? You have a passing down version of the chair. But I think that has great atmosphere and has its own world. Somehow when it gets to the purple stuff, it's becoming a bit. I can't think of the word exactly. It's kind of doing an exercise.
Maybe a way to think of your project. I don't know, there are 2 other things I'm thinking that I agree with the chairs. The chairs is pretty interesting, and I wonder, there's a couple of groups that I think if you, I was thinking when you presented, I'm not so sure about the platform that you create for it. Like I was thinking your pieces, it says, oh, this looks like a campfire. It looks like a camping, furniture arrangement. So I wonder your project will be better if the pieces are just directly put into the ground. That you embrace a kind of a more temporality to it. That they would be feel like less fixed. And I even think in all your pieces, which actually I think the pavilions are pretty interesting. And I wonder if it could be even, I assume, are the same material, the same as the chair, it would be like fabric material. I think that would be super interesting. Like if I were you, if you can zoom in one of the overall views. Like I think your project, if you get rid of the bases, and this thing will be directly on the ground, and it's not, again, like a series of quasi-tent, like going to school is like going to camping, something like that, and then deal with the dirt. I think to me what was super interesting about the chair seems imperfect. It says dirty, incomplete. And so I like the top layer of your project. I think it's a bottom, it's a platform that I think is maybe what Peter is referring, to try to stabilize it with elements of architecture that we recognize. And I understand why that. I mean, it's not a bad idea to try in a project of architecture, try to give some architecture. But I wonder, when I look at the top layer, I think your project is more interesting, which I think is what the model captured. So I don't know, I start to imagine what is this pavilion for like, at the bottom of the hill, top of the hill. So it will be less this kind of that you elevate and try to create a plateau. I think the project then it will be, because I keep thinking, not only in your project and all of them, there's something fascinating about furniture arrangements. Like you can completely change a space by doing that. You're thinking about the notion of a staging, which I think is an interesting way to think about your projects. I think your projects are a lot about the staging. And I really think, again, if I don't look at the basis, I think your project is way more interesting. Because I think embrace that, embrace the kind of a temporality. I imagine the fabric, you have a windy day, the thing will move, and so on. And I think that's pretty, to me, it's a super interesting idea for national education. And then really embrace, like there will be like furniture. So maybe the park of pavilions in the spring semester, they move around. And the green, and so you will really treat it like a camp. Like imagine that instead of when you go from first grade to second grade, you change pavilion. No, you take the whole pavilion and you move it. So there is something about like to me, your project inspired that idea of temporality. And I think when you create that plateau, and I get it, that it is kind of a functional thing, and I think it's kind of bad that we're telling you, no, you shouldn't do those things that architecture should do right. But
it's a retaining wall that doesn't need a retaining, right? What is it retaining? So it could be stilts, it could be, you know what I mean? If you want to have that, you don't need the massive kind of retention structure because you're not holding, you're not, I mean, retaining walls are literally holding back the earth so it doesn't tumble down on your head, right? But you don't need it there, right? It could be any number of sort of solutions. I mean, you should look at Sal Gascano's work. I don't know if you've looked at their work, but Sal Gascano did a pavilion for the Serpentine Gallery in London. And they're really good at these kind of membrane, fibrous membrane, kind of globular, sort of indeterminate. Sure. But I think the spirit of it, you know, and they've done some other projects where, and, you know, and I almost want those lines to be neon tubes, right? That kind of light up. And I think you could really play with translucency and transparency. And, you know, you started talking, I was like, oh, I felt a sense of relief. You know, I'm this old person who's listening to it. Oh yeah, we have an architectural description, right? There's the zones and you walk through here and here's the front door. And, you know, and there's a moment of rest because I'm like, yes, that's the normative review, you know, narrative. But, you know, this is SCI-Arc and you're being pushed to kind of think beyond that. And I think, how do you subvert the norm is what's key, right? In other words, you can still talk about an entry sequence. You can still talk about zones, but it's a question of how you frame the argument. And I would recommend looking at their work.
I'm also really interested in the tactility that you're insinuating with the chair. Like, you know, is it made of fabric? If there is even though you made it digitally, I guess, it kind of gives off this handmade kind of feeling or like idea of like someone maybe knitted it or it's some kind of fabric. And I think that idea could have scaled up to what, you know, just reinforcing the comments already, to the way you deal with the enclosure of all these pods. Like, could they be, what, I really want to know what material you might propose that these things are. And I also think you could have maybe introduced another scale to these pods. They're kind of a repetitive element. And I'm not quite sure what the scale is of them. You haven't given us any of the visual people and just view. We have the trees, but the trees, I don't know if it's really big or they, you know, I'm not quite sure how big these pods are. So I feel like you could have scaled them up. I mean, every school has an auditorium. I guess maybe that's the one. But like the pod could have become a bigger auditorium space. I mean that, but I think there's so much potential with these structures. But maybe they're just they could do more. I guess I would explore it further.
Thank you so much. Thank you. By the way, this could be inflatable.
Yes.
You know, because you know there's some dam in the river, and they do inflatable dam.
Totally
For dam in the water. So you could do like that. Thank you. Our next team, group of 2. We have one online over there, Felix.
Hello, everyone.
Everybody.
Can you hear me fine?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
We have Felix and Trey. So, Felix, are you listening well? Is our audio okay?
Yeah, the audio's okay.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Boy. Slow and steady. Okay. Hello, first of all.
Sorry,
Hi.
I wanted to like switch.
Yeah, you can if you want.
I'm not sure it's switchable.
Yeah.
It depends on how hard you can squeeze. Hi, my name's Trey. My partner's Felix on Zoom.
Hi, I'm Felix.
For our project, Sinuosity proposes a decentralized approach to early learning that reimagines educational spaces
as a series of sinuous and irregular systems of engagement. Within the flowing curves of the Tonette-inspired chair designs, the three-dimensional line is utilized as a framework for containing and juxtaposing sweeping volumes and contrasting materials. A particular emphasis is placed not only on the aesthetic effects that the sweeping pipes present, but also on the organizational and functional capabilities the curves express within the project.
When translated into the classroom, the array of contrasting sensory materials delineated by the Tonette line is defined as irregular staggering volumes that create microprograms within the organization of the space and challenge the typical hierarchical division between spaces designated for students and those designated for teachers. The vertical upturn of the pipes from the flatness of the ground wrap and define enclosure for what we are considering incubator classrooms for early learning within the elementary school.
On the site, these incubator classrooms are organized into communal clusters linked through an arrangement of courtyards and parterres which sinuously blend into one another. The patchwork and interplay of material patterns explored within the classroom are further expressed within the design of the classroom clusters themselves.
By further zooming out from the final figure of the final figure of the project is expressed as an expansive spillage from the inner circulation corridor of the adjacent Diamond Ranch High School. The topographical fabric of this spillage is achieved through similar staggering effects and is broken up by a series of programmatic volumes within the site.
At this scale, the sinuous nature created in the classroom and landscape stands in contrast to the more rigid organization and industrial materialities of Diamond Ranch High School. From the single concrete canyon flanked on either side by the larger building solids, the explosion of juxtaposing volumes and sweeps from this inner street of Diamond Ranch brings us into the realm of the elementary school.
The concept of meandering is not only encouraged on the ground level of the site, but also through a series of sweeping elevated walkways that at moments intersect, wrap, and connect separate building masses within the flow. Ultimately, the notion of sinuosity becomes integral not only to the exchange of knowledge or ideas within the elementary school, but also to the teeming fabric of educational spaces and meandering landscapes that formally fuse themselves on the site.
So as a brief recap, starting from the left to the right, the chairs to the largest scale. These are the Tonette-inspired chair designs that we talked about. We use this as a starting point to explore the framework that the sweeping line provided and to experiment with contrasting materials such as the plastic and the fur, the plushiness and the pipes, and then the carved and the ground. At the scale of the classroom, a similar language is used where we're keeping the same sweeps, but instead of a chair pad, we're using an entire floor space. That goes even farther out into the classroom where these sweeps begin to describe separate spaces which are used as separate programs for a younger stage of learning. So for example, we have a reading area, art area, there's a lounge, etc. We wanted to decentralize the typical classroom, as we call it, where there's a specific space for the teacher and the students. And we separated that into an explosion of various micro programs.
And then moving on to the cluster. So these incubator classrooms, what we're considering these incubator classrooms, which are specifically for the earliest level of learning within the school. They are arranged in these clusters and connected by these arrangements of courtyards as well as parterres that start to express kind of different patterns and different kind of color configurations based off of still working with the idea of the sweeping line. And the kind of translation of the pipes from the ground wrap around these enclosures to express a certain varying degrees of patterning within the lines themselves, as well as they begin to establish varying degrees of translucency, transparency, and opaqueness within the actual enclosure of these incubator spaces. When it translates to the actual site, the formal logic explored within at the scale of the chair, at the scale of the classroom, and then at the scale of the cluster are fully cultivated into the overall plan of the school. The final figure of the project is expressed as this spillage, as we've mentioned before, that originates from that circulation corridor of the Diamond Ranch High School. Internally, these incubator clusters are kind of wrapped by these larger building volumes, which are like the intermediate. If we look at the northern most cluster, they're wrapped by these intermediate learning masses, and then on sort of the southern part of the project near the football field, there's a certain bifurcation that occurs between the two building masses of the higher level student volumes. And there's also this idea of reappropriating certain elements from the existing schools, such as the building surfaces, the top roof surfaces for upper terraces, when these building masses kind of engulf and consume the existing Morphosis High School building. Along the periphery of the figure, there are a series of larger common spaces, which serve as a way to contain the spillage. Some of these spaces include the auditorium, the art pavilion, the library, and the multipurpose commons. And all of these highlight a specific formal fusion between firm, like platonic apertures, and then soft sweeping masses that start to engulf these elements. All of these elements fused together are bounded by these toenet lines as explored in the original chair moving out towards the site. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you.
I think it's great when somebody takes an aesthetic mannerism and runs with it. You know, we many generations have been sort of prevented from. It's not being encouraged. It's great to see it's happening. And I'm thinking, you know, there's not a lot of senior architecture back there in history. I'm thinking, you know, what would happen to Victor Otto if he had a computer? And the other person that comes to mind is Roberto Berli-Marx, you know, the gardener. I'm thinking Otto looking into the future and then translating, and the way Berli-Marx using sinew conditions and then actually the patches emerging from that. I think it's a great project to be, and I even think it could have taken some further. There's of course inevitably a moment, and from the way that you describe things, you know, you're quite self-conscious about, you know, your colleague on the screen there. He's done this kind of, you know, he's a procedure which means that he's interested in referencing. So that means that you would have not been innocent at the moment in which you realize that some of these sinews have to become territories. And not only does that mean that you have to say that we're sinewing around it, and yes, that is a territory. And then the thing that demarcates the territory, or through which you arrive at the territory, is scaled up. So suddenly not all sinews are equal. Some sinews as kind of master sinews, or products of sinews. And that's the tricky bit, though I think you handle it pretty well. But the interesting to me is how far could you take sinew? Can you take it beyond the strand? Can you take it towards there being a hybrid between the strand and the patch? the moment your sinew defines a patch and then you fill in the patch, and you try to keep the boundaries of that which you put the patch with consistent. But what would happen if you went try to go further and say we continue to sinew rather like a spinning a web, so that even the seat is made up of many, so that you avoid, almost you intellectually avoid the patch until the last possible moment. So that the patch becomes, in fact, an intensity of sinews, rather than saying, okay, sinew, now patch. I don't know, it's difficult.
Well, you have two competing terms, right? The sinew, which is this sort of fibrous tissue, connects ligaments, bones, right? And it's, you know, bodily, biodegradable, biological, right? And then you have the constructed architecture of Lafayette, which is totally constructed nature, right? I mean, it's like, nature doesn't grow that way, right? So it's like, you know, does that sort of regulate the sinew, right? Do you use one as a kind of counter to the other in opposition? You know, I think you could use those metaphors more fully, right? In other words, that one system disturbs the other rather than just enclosing it or, you know, encasing it. And, you know, what if there's a blood clot? I mean, you know, if you want to take the metaphor, take it, right? You take it on and there's just a bloody mess, you know, at certain moments. It's making David shiver and yeah, you keep the blood flow, right? So I think you take this constructed nature of the cocktail and then you understand it. Well, what happens when I overlay it with this biological kind of metaphor? And I think that the disciplining of one or the undermining of the other, right? It can create something really interesting.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great project. Bring to a stream and remaining really precise, which is not an easy thing to do. The overlapping all things have to play. I was looking at the thing, it looks like a Tim Burton and Wes Anderson collaborating the project. It's kind of playful but sinister at the same time. There's something risky about it, which I think is interesting. The other thing I keep thinking, because I really like what both of you did with the chairs, I was just hoping for a moment in which the vegetation becomes more out of control, so that these elements of three-dimensional curvature that you produce it becomes almost like a frame for other things. Again, the only thing I would say, but I don't think it's for you to decide it. I think it would be just in the film to show up over time. I think there is a certain level of decay and dirtiness that will come out of that. Because your project is not exactly the same, but I keep thinking in the unfinished art schools of Porro in Cuba. And because it couldn't finish, the jungle took over, and it's way better than anything that they ever thought of. You know, Peter, the Ricardo Porro National Art in Cuba that they never can finish. So the jungle came through. So I keep waiting. So I don't think you need to design it. I think it would be more about for you to add 3, 5, 6 years. But the color, the materiality get replaced with the color of nature. And the idea that, well, in LA is not seasonal, but still the idea that in the summer the thing will take one color and then in the winter will have another color. Because your project, like others, it has this kind of three-dimensional garden quality. And also because you did it in the chairs. I keep looking for those moments in which humidity, dirtiness, and so on. But it's not a criticism, it's just more like a matter of representation. Like there's something, all buildings suffer from that, but one thing is remarkable school is how fast they decay, because the use of it. So I think the idea to incorporate that in your thing, to me, one of the coolest things about Tonet chair, they look better when they're beat up. When the wood start to lose, they don't look as good the first day as they look years into it. And even when the thing starts to break, there's something about that. And I think that's what I can think of. I think it's a remarkable project in any other front. So mine is more projecting a desire than a criticism.
Because like it's such a beautiful, it is a beautiful project, and it was giving me like art competitions, and I was thinking like there's a genre of the work which I think is like we used to often be interested in, like what is it, like what are the kinds of like human reactions like this sort of aesthetic territory, and sometimes there's like horror, and sometimes there's like wonder, and I think we've seen like happy ones today, and I was thinking like this is really like anatomical like testicles and blood clots, and like it's in a world where it to me was like I felt the reaction very, and especially right at the end when I think you guys were talking about like one little area where like the intensity of the scale got very tight, and the blood and like the fleshy stuff got very intertwined. It started to get to a point where I couldn't tell if it felt like it was pure anatomical, or is it a point where it became kind of almost a world like S&M, like the blood clots themselves were starting to happen. The one thing, I guess you said this a little bit before, which just its relationship to the stuff that looks natural. That stuff would be somehow, yeah, like, but that stuff would somehow like come back into it. That the like what's successful to me about the project is that it's so beautiful and repulsive at the same time, that those things are not actually so far away from one another in general. And I think you guys like hit on that like beauty and disgust are actually not, they're like very, very, very close. And that you could sort of do something in that space. I think the thing that would be really interesting would be, what is our relationship to beauty and disgust of the things that are obviously constructed and fabricated versus the stuff which is in the world of, I think, plants. I don't know, things that grow over time. This, the architecture is kind of trying to be in that world anyway. And I don't know, I'd be very curious about like how do you like bring that blood artery clot to the ground surface or like I don't know, whatever. But what's successful about it to me is like, oh my god. The whole time I was just waiting for like more like flesh openings. Yeah, I was. It was really good. I don't know, it's like the camera trick, like it's
visceral. There you go.
I think
is like right in the background.
David, I think what you were saying was really cool, and I was thinking, like a lot of kids really like gross stuff. Like those kind of science experiments where they like, sensitize dissected insects and like use slime and all that kind of weird stuff. It's like getting grossed out by stuff is part of maybe one's way of like investigating and exploring the world. And because I also, Peter mentioned Victor Horta, I was also thinking about Henry van der Velde and one project of his in particular, the hair salon, which is also a really sinuous kind of project. But the thing about it is, because it's a hair salon, the sinuosity takes in the water pipes, the mirror, the shaving mirrors, the lights and so on. And I feel as if it would be really, really cool to see your take on the bathrooms, the restrooms, and see how some of this sinuosity, like the kind of internal cellular tissue systems that you see in the powers of 10 when they zoom in rather than zooming out, whether you can make this system also kind of function in terms of like fluid delivery, waste extraction, how it would work in like the restrooms, how it would work in like the laboratories where they do like how you get like refrigerators and stuff in there. I think that could be really cool if you kind of show it working like that. So it's not only decoration, but it takes on the role more of like an infrastructure too.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
All watch, if you haven't watched it, Unfinished Spaces, that's Alyssa Niehaus's film on those schools in Cuba. It's a really great film.
Yeah, that's it. Maybe somebody can put it on the mirror board. We keep
Actually went there.
Yeah.
If we did,
2GAX next year.
if we did next, if we will do next year,
Yes.
yeah, we will plan and section next year.
I only ask because like the visuality is like so exquisite.
Yeah.
The sort of flashiness of the materials and even the flashiness of the camera lens. I'm just like very curious.
I was thinking actually Peter, speaking of film, Peter Greenway's the cook with his wife and her lover. I mean, that's the dinner table.
You're not going to put that link in the mirror board, I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah. Yeah.
Oh, this is sort of blocking Wendy.
Huh?
Oh, it's just covering Wendy. I'm trying to get her in view.
We move the mirror back.
You look here.
Hello, my name is Su Yuejing, and they are my teammates Hao Wang and Wendy Chen. Diamond Ranch High School was established in 1997 to 1999 to inject more vitality into the community and recruit more students. Our studio centers on public education, especially elementary learning. The project will be Diamond Ranch Arts and Science Elementary School. The notion of scalar change is a focus of our design. From small items on the scale of our transformed tonic chairs to large-scale work on the context and the site in the surrounding environment. As we mentioned before, our design concept came from the transformed tonic chair because chairs are for the elementary schools and we want to bring more vitality into the site. Our chair design integrates some features and derived from
Sorry, something happened.
Can you hear us on
Can
the
you hear as
Zoom
well?
call?
In the chat?
They send a message saying. Okay.
John, not hearing.
Here again. Yes, yes, you can hear.
Those pictures are trying to tell us the arrangement concept of our classroom's furniture, which only belongs to this site, and also provide us a central idea for the next step development, our following scale classrooms. And the third line, those images are trying, yeah. Okay. Okay. And the third line, those images are trying to show some moments on our side. The building concepts of the shape and the forms are coming from our toilet chair. Each building is connected to create a different micro-living room in this school. And the fourth line, this is our drone view and the plan to show the overview of our site. Try to tell the connection with surrounding environment. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Click on it.
Yeah.
Here.
Then you can click on an image, right?
Should go, you want it not to be blue.
Oh, like this
There,
one?
now
Oh.
you're in the hand.
Oh, okay.
This to me starts to feel like a campus. I mean, it's really, I really admire it. I think it's quite exciting and beautiful. I live in the desert now, and it's a magical place. And to see that coming in to this kind of super exuberant, kind of formal, playful landscape, I think is really interesting. I would have loved if some of the bigger architectural moves were kind of pulled back a little bit and restrained and maintain the kind of the filigree quality of the medium and the small scale. You know, I really love that. I think that's kind of really great, where the vegetation starts to animate and it's not just a kind of discrete object in the landscape, but actually starts to show the passage of time. And I think that's really interesting. So congrats.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a kind of, you all come from urbanized China.
Yeah.
You come from big cities in China.
Uh-huh.
I would assume, I'm guessing. Because I think there's a lot of Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I can remember 50 years ago, when I first came to Los Angeles, because however much information I received, it was a shock to the system that there are certain iconographic issues, like which maybe if you, the cactus is like almost a sort of rhetorical symbol. Even if you have a cactus in your back garden, it's still I could see the Broad Museum in this project. I could see what's left of the sort of Ruby style architecture in this project, the white wall against the brown ground. I mean, I think we've been talking about materials and surfaces. And I think that though all you do is digitally produce, nonetheless, there's certain things that have very definite urban things, like we heard earlier, something else about the sort of brown and grey and beige time. Yeah, very often sort of heroic buildings on that general purpose white and cream colored buildings. There's nonetheless a brown thing before you get the cactuses and the bushes and so on. I think that's what be going into your head. I think that's okay, actually, and perhaps as my colleague says, you should pull back from that. But in the first, we've been here for 2-3 months, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, and it hits you in the head. And I can remember when I was sitting in near UCLA teaching and drawing. You know, I've always referred to the drawings I did there as having something of, though they were supposed to be located in England, they had something of LA in them. They would have been different. And I think that's great. I think that we don't, you know, we are eye people. You know, we are eye people. We see stuff around, and if we don't respond, we're sort of eye-dead, brain-dead. You know, there are some people who are so ho-faced they can take themselves with them. They go to amazing places and they so I'm encouraged by that. And I think it has certain quite, dare I use the word, charming moments, like the one you referred to, the tree. And the fact that that drawing has a certain degree of sort of regularity. It looks as if it's real. It's not a put down, you know, it actually looks as if that stuff is in the process of growing. You know, the crevices between the striations.
It's a nice relief. Yeah.
Are probably, you know, slightly grubby and muddy and have sort of moss in them and so on. And the lady walking along there is not a perfect person, etc., etc. You know, that's what life is like. And you know, what is terrible, you may have worked in offices, I don't know, but commercial architecture at the moment always has people who are smiling, skies that are blue, everything that is squeaky clean. And it's kind of, it's not like that, life is like that. So I'm also intrigued the fact that you're the largest group we've seen. We're the last guys with 2 guys, and you're 3 people. I wonder, in the process of, did you know each other before SCI-Arc?
No.
So you met, decided maybe a common language anyhow, decided to work together. And there's always this very interesting, and you will continue to work together on this project, right? So by now, you could have got some kind of accommodation between you. You know, maybe one of you is digital whiz, I don't know. Maybe one of you likes collecting objects. One of you likes, I don't know, somehow got a machinery going between you. And I can sometimes sort of see it. I can see the taste of the person who does the larger objects. I can see the taste of the person who does but it's pretty sort of. Then one last thing, because I have to talk about it at this point, and it's not just to do with you, it is the role played by the box. I have a friend in Sweden, and she makes very similar boxes as art pieces, so she's actually an architect. And she finds objets trouvé around in junk shops and stuff, and makes this composition. But it's interesting because sometimes the box, and I've noticed it with some others, has its own charm. It's not 100% to do with, you know, because of the box. Like the last guy before last, you know, I liked his box better than his other stuff, frankly. But it was different because you have to, you know, the cactus suddenly hits us in the eye. No. But it's like a sort of display in some departments where there's so much furniture there. I just waited for the price tag underneath. This one, and that one is cheaper at the back, and this one's more expensive at the front. So you have had to choose one, actually a fairly small part of your portmanteau to get it in the down box. Then there's this weird jerky picture at the back, which is making reference to that I'd like to talk to you about that. We have time. There's something funny going on there. Somebody brought something in from home, or it's a reference to somebody's kids, or something going on there. Pig. So I think this is like a different project. It's nice. I like it. And then there's the project. By the way, it's just by the way that what was intriguing to me is that you guys told them that they must make a, you know, 45 centimeter, whatever it is, box. Whereas, of course, the pitch of the project was open-ended. So you didn't say, look, it's open-ended, so you bring in a model. You said, no, it has to be a model in the box. That's really creepy. Right against the grain of the intention of the project. I find a way. I'm going to make that.
It's true. It has, I think it has to do with time and how these models, with very little, you can do fast. You know, we would have done open and big models. So I think this is a little bit of like, what can be done fast as a model, but it's true, it presents a completely different vision of the project.
Yeah, I comment on that. I don't know how to conversation, but there's, of course, and this is something I've experienced many times, there's that, and then at the end of whatever number of years these guys are here, there will be a further portmanteau, which will be what they will show their friends, their employers, their magazine editors, so they may be usually employers. And sometimes there's a sort of style photo.
Do you guys know what a portmanteau is?
No.
It's kind of like a trunk. And you can think of it as a cabinet of curiosities, right? That's portable. By the way, I'm least convinced of that elevation, right? That you get to that late modernism, right? That one, yeah, sort of Van Berkel kind of thing going on. I like that, but yeah, I don't know why you need that one.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
But
No, it's from China.
In this context, I think it makes
thank you, Sean.
Thanks, Liz. Yeah, sorry, I've got to.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Sean.
Thanks, Roslyn. Great to see you all. No, thanks.
After the clapping, Malaysia. Okay.
Hello, my name is Marbella Vasquez, and I'm gonna present you my project. Nature has taken over the Tonette bent wood chairs, changing its proportions. The chair bubbling with materiality inspired a search for sensory play. When we think in the concept of the classroom, the main concern was how to expose children to materiality. Allowing them to interact with their senses, children can develop new ways of playing, letting children have a safe space where they can be messy. Let them better understand the world through the way of touch. Materials like water, sand, and dirt allow this to happen. Slime is an amazing material where kids can get their hands gooey with. The classroom is staged to have a setting where experiments can run wild. The classroom boundaries are determined by the materials. Nature took over the chairs and the walls and now runs free in the project, allowing the kids to interact with the whole complex of the classrooms. They can climb up the walls, grass blobs, stones, and plastic playgrounds. The typical four-wall classroom is expressed in the building, but with different materials. A type of inflatable is being bounded by a diagrid. The contrast of the rigid and the soft irregular forms is all around the project and communicates with the existing diamond wrench buildings. Another way children can practice sensory play is by exposing them to nature in outdoor spaces. The design of the landscape blurs the lines of the projects and the topography, letting the hill dictate the levels of the project, giving focus to the scenic surrounding. The primary, middle, and upper class have different programs, including poetry pavilions, arts pavilions, library, cafeteria, and administration. And the outdoor program includes amphitheater, sculpture gardens, terraced gardens, open galleries, and event platforms.
Escape.
So as shown in the video, we have the set of 3 Tonet chairs that have been exposed to nature and the bubbling materiality. Then the classroom where experiments can run free and children can play with different materials. And the boundaries of the classroom are defined by the materials, and children can climb and go up the walls and go up the playgrounds. The different outdoor spaces that include the sculpture garden and the desert garden here. And thank you.
I like the video clips of the kids running through what's the fast and stuff. Like, like there's different, I guess, models of education for children, but I think a lot about even like architecture schools or like art education in the 20th century. And I think like part of what I've read today, like in earlier schools about the open classroom, which made me think a little bit about like the Montessori school, which is kind of less structure. You learn from like doing stuff. I don't know what I understand. Different than, let's say, the school where there's like strict lesson plans that are from teachers to kids at all times. There's like one to many, but there's also many to many. And then there's the other form of it, which is, I guess, the exploratory, here's a landscape, go walk around, which is kind of sort of what you're saying. I kind of wonder a little bit about like some forms of education, they need certain, or maybe need like certain tools or certain places for teaching. So I think of like Froebel's gifts, which were like every year, like a 1-year-old, you get these kinds of gifts. For 2-year-olds, there's like 4 pods, 3-year-olds, and it sort of builds in like there's this sort of infinite creativity, but through it you would learn certain lessons about motor skills, about organization, about social thinking. And like I like the idea to think that like you can do an architecture which is like at the scale of that you could, it wasn't so much like devices that are smaller than people, but it was like devices at the scale of the landscape. It does make me think that there would need to be more variety, actually. Like there's a lot of variety, but that there would be some purple things that are very difficult to climb, or some purple things that are so slimy that that you know they're about the smell, and other ones that are, you know, I don't know, like there would just be like certain things that were maybe for certain kinds of kids, and other things that were maybe for different kind of kids, or you know, like it's, I don't know, but whatever it is, I figured that out. But I think that the idea that you can sort of propose a landscape or a canvas or architecture that would somehow, I guess, be equal to that, to me is quite interesting. I think right now it seems like most of it is on the exterior, like the roof, the outside of the things. I'd be very curious about what the interior is pretty interesting, but it seems like maybe climbing or walking is one version, but maybe there's other things that are about like holding on to stuff, or, you know, walking through stretchy materials, but like the material probably you're talking about is so varied, and I really like that about it. I think the only thing that I would be very curious about is like what is like the resistance to that? So like to see like the normal stairs show up and then the on it makes me think like, well, aren't we supposed to use the push to go upstairs? Or like how do you almost like reinvent the staircase at a certain point when you have the normal? It's almost like a conceit-based solution, which maybe is true. But it does make me think that maybe there's other stairs that are, you know, like don't feel like stairs, but they still get you or something like that. Maybe there are those.
There are a few here, like incrusted in the site. They're just made of the same material as the landscape, like grass and like dirt. But I do agree with you. There could be another type of stairs, the slimy stairs, and kids who try to go up that way. That would be.
But I think that other versions, the alternatives and varieties, read much stronger if it's against something that is traditional, conventional, and something we recognize. So what I read from your project is this contamination, and you know, I'm reading, you know, details and shapes and form and colors that come from the original, you know, Diamond Ranch. You know, that's almost as if the original was, you know, extending, and somehow you, the kids, and the nature coming into contaminate, right? So, and I want to read that contamination much more drastically and much more clearly. There are ambiguities in that. For example, you're trying to design these very nice and comfortable amphitheater. You know, whereas I want that amphitheater to be the contamination, the kind of spontaneous thing that had happened that people then say, this is a perfect spot for me to, you know, meet with friends or have secret, you know, discussions or, you know, plan things or whatever that kids do. So it's as if you want to almost set up a framework that was normal, conventional, but then you let the kids and the natures come and do all that kind of stuff. So you design not the result, but you design the opportunities for those things to come in. And then that sort of become really alive. So, and the, you know, the varieties and alternatives that they was talking about could be achieved in that way.
I feel like with this project, it is a kind of planning problem or a compositional problem or arrangement problem. I think everyone's been working through, or, you know, struggling with or working through whatever, you know, how to organize all the program. And then also you have the Diamond Ranch right there, which is very clearly organized in a very structural way. And so with your project, you know, back to your Peter's comment about the box, about the diorama, like I'm seeing the diorama actually get translated, at least when we see the project, you know, from this view, from the outside, we see the boxes, right? And those begin to reference even the Diamond Ranch and kind of rectangular, you know, building shapes. And I think that, you know, it's just a matter of, you know, how do you layer all these other systems then that you're, you know, incorporating, right? This kind of fluid lobby skin thing, and then you have the terracing thing. And I think right now they're in maybe too much in conflict with each other.
I wonder if this is going to your actual person at the moment. You come going to repeat myself, you come to SCI-Arc from some other place. And then if I take the typical some other place, it will not be doing this kind of thing. And I was fascinated with one of your had some tables, black rectangular tables, and the things slurp over them or growing over, threatening because it's been discussed already. There's that, and then there's the actual physical, the box category of your buildings with the other buildings, not quite threats, sometimes falling apart, but there's some kind of growth. Crisscross growth, which is maybe the first stage of economic development. On the other hand, I can't help feeling that quite reassured to have those box-like elements. Like you're almost saying, do I need to make everything proper? Do I need to go that far at this point? I think the process is going on in your head, not only apropos this project, but apropos, the mannerisms of architecture. And of course, I knew more about what you've done before, one could be more precise in that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, like, you have these landforms, like, can they be landforms? Like, does it have to become also a structural system for the, where you have it? Maybe you only have it, it just becomes a landscape, a new topography. Like, if you're thinking about Diamond Ranch, the specific way that they deal with placement and siting. And so I think you're starting to reference that in your project, which I think is really interesting. It's like the start of it. It's just a matter of, I guess, resolving all the, the kit of parts, I guess, further.
I'm amused in that drawing, but I mean, place where you've got the 3 tunnels. Place of mind. Treated to facing the sea, it's not that kind of old people's home or Sunday quality of life. There should be a pool in front.
It's interesting. It's like this hybrid of sort of high-tech TFE. What is it? That movie tool store that's in Korea, is it? But then on the other hand, we have this sort of François Roche LSC kind of stuff, right? Where it's like you could imagine that is like gathering all the dust and pollen, and and it's going to get furrier and furrier, over time. So I think I agree with the comments that you could just push it even further. But I think also just there's a moment of the skeletal where it scales back. I love this evolutionary idea of like it starts the poor kids in the gray, right? Like the first ones, right? And then the babies, and then they start getting more and more colorful. And I think I love that. And I think, but you could even pull it even further, push it further, like you just have the cage, right? And there's no ETFE, where there's just steel or whatever, And then right over there, I think that would be really interesting, and that could be like a playground too.
Yeah.
So, it's sort of, I mean, if you don't want to get political, but everything is politics here, right? So, I mean, people who are incarcerated, they have phys ed in cages, right? So it's like you're also then making a kind of institutional critique about some of the elements of education.
Thank you, Marisa. Thank you for coming. Do you need to leave?
No, I didn't.
I mean, if we need a small break, we can do that. If not, let's do that. Let's do a 5-minute break. Yeah.
So Serena,
I'm going to put you on going to pin you here. So we see you. Yeah, you're good.
And also, is there like sound coming on?
you want to share sound, so you have to unshare, stop share, and then when you reshare, click on the share computer audio.
Share. So now share screen. Okay, now share.
Oh, yeah, share sound. And
okay. Now you have to find your phone.
That's the wrong project. Yeah. That's just, if it doesn't do the sound, don't worry, it will still. Serena, can you hear us? Can you?
Yes.
Great. Hi, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Until you play it.
Yeah, it will play inside.
When he plays, do I have to mute again? Okay, everyone, we're gonna resume. Thank you.
Okay, everybody over there, if you guys could stay quiet, we have many groups to go. Okay, thank you, everybody.
So now we're gonna see Juan and Serena.
Welcome to Diamond Ranch Elementary School.
Really loud.
Um, our school teaches students. Our school teaches students how to respect their environment by allowing them to design their own learning space. We imagined a new creative learning institution where students design their own chairs, classrooms, and campus tailored to their own preference. Every student start by designing their own chairs with great care for details and attention. As the students mature, so does their responsibility because they are now tasked with designing their own classrooms and then the campus. The chairs and the blueprints are passed down to the next generation of students who then are able to add their own twist to the previous design by adding more components, modifying the design, and even experimenting with new materials. Our school's pedagogy is one that teaches students about the power of community and the importance of caring for their environment.
When designing this school, instead of approaching the formal language from a larger scale and working our way inwards, we focus on the smaller details first. In context with the Power of 10 theme of this studio, we built from small to large. We utilized the unique forms of our chairs by fitting them inside, around, and on top of each other until we created spaces, rooms, clusters, objects, and pieces of furniture. The larger curves even help to inform the shape of our landscape. For example, the solid cloud-like volumes are developed from extrusions of our curves. They create curved paths and nooks on the walkways. Also, the legs of our chairs scaled to varying heights support the open air classroom floors and platform gardens.
So our campus is composed of 3 classroom clusters and 1 central hub. The central hub houses an administration, common / multipurpose space, and the arts pavilion. So this would be the ACA, which houses the administration, art space, and the common space. And the three extruded volumes act as a permanent structure, and the curves that pop out of the openings are the campus space that they're designed by the students. In response to the possible material waste that may occur during the design processes, we have included sculpture gardens around the site, which are made up of old pieces of the chairs, classrooms, and the clusters.
We created what we call a landscape portal. From the elevation view, these curves are stacked on top of each other, extruding from the form at different magnitudes. By doing this, the campus follows the natural slope of the site, which creates a terracing effect, which is also seen by the exterior circulation steps that travel up the site. We are fascinated by the bird's eye view of the site, its multitude of distinct textures and patterns appearing from the residential grid, the mountain terrain, the vegetation patches, and the roads. These inspired the way in which we applied textures. The floors of our classrooms mimic the patterning of the grounds that are found around the site. Some of our classroom floors are semi-translucent, which allows different landscape-themed classrooms to show from below as you walk along. From plan view, the campus almost acts like a smaller version of the surrounding site, sitting inside of it, further following the Power of 10 theme. Now to conclude our presentation, we'll be playing our video.
시간이 빨리 흐른다고.
You have to turn that one again.
Yeah. You can go back to the grade below.
You're transported to Kathmandu. Yeah. I mean, I think it's yours would really benefit from that film to actually have you guys narrate over that film. So I think it was really put together in a really thoughtful way, and it was curated such that it wasn't just your project, obviously. It was an intermixing of a clear reference point for your project. And I would imagine to complete the story that you would have your voice, right, over it, and really sort of walking us through that journey, because I really think it is a kind of journey. And like there was a moment, maybe I heard you right, or I didn't, that there was something about recycling furniture, right? Like they use furniture and reappropriate it.
Yeah,
Is that right?
like we show it in our first render that some of them are made of the same chair design can be made of cardboard, some can be made of recycled plastic.
Yeah, look, I love that element of sustainability that's starting to enter the conversation, and I think that's super important, right? The idea that there is a kind of interchange or interplay between the growth of nature, and I love this with the pulsating bushes, and but also this kind of life cycle of things like furniture, that what happens when the furniture breaks, or something, and it becomes the infrastructure for something else, either seating or another kind of furniture. So I think there's a lot of really thoughtful moments in the project. Kudos.
It raises a task, doesn't it? Because in an ideal presentation, it show that metaphor process, to show these things growing, changing. But it really deserves it. The thing that I found it really pointed out was the question of the brittleness of architectural surfaces. Word brittle. Don't mean necessarily hard, but hard. You feel these patterns, and they're very, very happy. The whole thing is a pattern. Has a kind of edge of serendipity about it. There's a softness, and then if you, in your mind, ally that with then suddenly you get some platform, edge, and whatever constructive material one can think of. It's still going to have, even if it's a boardwalk, it still has an edge condition. It's a rationale of having to be a and it raises again back to that earlier conversation about, do we need walls? If we don't have walls, what do we substitute? Do we need references? We have things to sit on. But from then on, the choice of the it's just a question of style or shape. Activity of it, the confrontational nature of the material, which is, we can't material restricting. Even the confrontation of the, and then there's another whole section, which is the confrontation of the artificial material, natural condition. So that even your recycled chairs, elements of the substance that you think of before, unless you have some marvelous melting. That's always there, and I'm seeing all the morning parallel to this, where sometimes it's the student who's clinging on to the old hard thing, and sometimes jumping completely into I think what's the other one is that you use a sort of cultural reference, and that is the thing to cling on to. Everybody needs something to cling on to, whether it's color, substance, icons, toys, memories, etc., etc., etc. Otherwise, you just yeah. So this I'm finding interesting this morning, sort of guessing where there's the support zone, comfort zone, and the kind of surprise zone. And presumably you two worked together before.
No.
No.
This is the
So
first
that's
time.
interesting too, because you have across cultures, you have what is a shared language coming into it. I did not notice that most of the, if I dare say, most of the chairs really made by the same process. And that tends to make them more samey than the intentions of the authors. We tend to be seeing the same kind of chair. Which is, I suppose, inevitable from the method. So there wasn't anybody naughty in the class who said, I'm not going to make my chair that way.
Why not naughty?
It would have been interesting if someone said, no, I'm not going to introduce it that way. I'm going to do it by stitching together bits of quite obedient students who don't shoot chairs.
One thing that I think this project and maybe one of the earlier projects makes me think about too is like the relationship of decoration and architecture. And sometimes we think of these as different things. What I like about the project is that like there's things that are reminiscent of like wallpaper, and there's things that are reminiscent of rugs and carpets, but they're at a scale or done in such a way that they're integral. And so it makes me think that there's often in society architects do this, other people do this, somebody else does this. And one thing that I like about the project is that not only can you guys sort of speculate on being designers of an education, but also that like there's things in there that you can be a furniture designer and an architect, and somebody's more interested in arrangement, not just composition. Those things may be slightly different. That there's things that seem to be about like I don't know, things that appear and reappear and reappear and reappear, almost like, so we're not quite being like a sign or a symbol, but just being a kind of, I don't know, decorative element that I think is kind of fresh to see in the work. I really like the idea that it can not just be many references, but also there's a ability to be like multiple ways of working, sort of taking apart the boundaries of the society. So I don't know, I think that that's also
But I just want to say thank you for the invitation.
Thank you so much for coming.
And
You're not in a grid, you know. I can see you. You're not in a spot.
not in Zoom cases. And I just want to say, you know, again, the cinematic, I'm very taken with it, and I work with it as well. And the powers of 10 is like a reverse jump shot, right? And what if you were to do a jump shot now, like you were going to do a jump cut, sorry. And if this is the reverse jump cut, now you go back, right? And so you go from 10 down to, you know, to 0 again. And how would you rethink? How would you rethink that initial, you know, those initial decisions about the furniture? I think that would be super, super interesting. We always say, if you had another 2 weeks, you know, what would you do? Yeah, what would the jump cut look like? So, congrats, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Right.
Great.
Oh, we have real nature here.
I have audio like that, so I turn on.
You know, the issue about the double sound, don't share sound. Don't share
I have
sound.
the audio of my experience in the
So I would stop share.
Oh.
Stop the share.
Yeah.
Okay. Now share again. No sound, no sound. Okay, share.
Does the volume have to go up on that one? On your screen, please.
By looking at the classic thought of chairs, the sleek and sweeping curves inspired me to design the chairs like a piece of fabric. The pleating in the fabric is achieved through appropriate spacing, which is modern in appearance. The colors used for the chairs are classic blue, purple plum, and ochre yellow, which then merges with the floor. Further, the extended fabric becomes the walls for the classroom, where some creepers grow, and children can learn in a green environment with a central courtyard. This creates a ripple fold drapery effect, where few furniture is draped, that creates an exciting feeling of some surprise element in the design. Ripple fold draperies have the advantage over other styles, as they don't have the same appearance from either side. The main idea was to create a huge classroom with many different spaces to interact, so that the students can learn from each other. For perpetual experiments were made with curvaceous, fragmented volumes for their theatrical fluidity, designing a classroom as a concrete shell structure made up of thin flat slabs. These slabs are jointed along their edges to construct three-dimensional structure. This design has 3 types of classrooms in different scales and functions according to the space requirement of the program. There are wrap surfaces which have a great advantage for shell structures because they are formed from straight form boards, even though they are surfaces of double curvature, which are called as conoid and hyperbolic paraboloid shells. Looking at the materials used, like recyclable polypropylene and translucent fabric, it will move in the wind and reflect light to evoke a living object. The conventional idea of a chair is a piece of furniture in the form of art bends and twists in unconventional ways, and the material forms a single continuous idea. The natural environment changes and adapts throughout time, and the self-forming process has inspired this design. During the summer months in Southern California, the sun can be intense, and also during winters it gets very cold. So here the draperies are used more for privacy, aesthetics, and also for giving comfort to the inhabitants by heat gain prevention, providing warm temperature during winters, as they can be effective heat blockers, and cold wind catchers, which is a shading device technique applied in the form of design to the structures. At the entrance of the site, the fabric wraps around the existing Morphosis classroom to blend in with the concept. The color scheme is inspired by the California landscape and the environment, using colors to enhance learning and influence mood. The color yellow creates a positive feeling, maintaining discipline, and encourages creativity. A floating bicycle track design around the structures for student accessibility. An amphitheater with the flow of the contour levels of the site. This site is transformed into an ideal indoor-outdoor study environment. The design is contrasted with straight and curved contours in the form of extruding cantilever decks. Its undulating form seamlessly flowing with the classrooms as its organic curves and spiraling peaks are juxtaposed against the mountainous backdrop. This design focuses on spaces that are open, accessible, and connects fluidly with the surrounding landscape as well as with the adjacent urban fabric. Using the powers of 10 as a reference, a cinematic shift in scale from the micro to the macro on a linear path.
I started off with the classic Tonnet chairs, took inspiration from that. The sweeping curves from the Tonnet chairs has inspired. If you see this chair from here, this falling kind of effect is like a drapery effect. This drapery effect led me to design the classrooms where the draperies convert into a wall, and the idea was to create a huge classroom with many different purposes, different elements in the classroom. If you see here. And some of the shells are covered with this drapery to give a shading to the classrooms. Further, if you see the side plan over here.
Set it up there, yeah.
Yeah. Shall I load it again?
Maybe. I think it's clear from the video.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. This is loaded. That one.
Yeah.
Until that one, right?
Okay. So these are the shells, which are just shells, and few of the classrooms are covered with drapes. Here I've zoned the parking area on the left side. At the entry, some of the existing Morphosis classrooms are also connected with the drapes, and the contour with the contour of the site amphitheater. Yeah, it's loaded.
Excellent. Thank you, Piyush.
You really love in the studio is the way that some of the projects are treating like the edge of it's a very difficult site. General, like, an important building, playing field, there's topography, there's like a bunch of other things. And what I love about your project is that like there's like it's kind of clear where the building ends sometimes, and then other times a little bit for the project, other times a little bit less clear. Like it sort of works with the landscape against it, covers a little bit of the existing paving, you know, the little stadium, sometimes echoes things. That seems like really quite beautiful. And I love that that stuff is also the same way where when we read maybe like design of it, we start to see the ground is a kind of context again with which it reacts. So like wood, the concrete, and then from there we get some beautiful forms on there. It seems like a nice way to sort of negotiate the difficulty of the site against the difficulty of like multiple forms that have to sort of coexist with each other, and also each of them having various versions of it. It's like quite nice, and I love that like some of these would be striped, and some of them, you know, are sort of more of one thing over another. I think that the thing that I would sort of push for is again there's a huge clarity between the stuff that feels like round, it's like doing this kind of overlapping stuff versus the columns that sit on it. And my favorite moments are in the plan, especially when you start to not be able to see those things as clearly defined, where like the ground echoes. That was kind of having more freedom. These things are somehow a little bit less like always separate. I think where you would get is like that beauty of like the plan aerial view. Also maybe the elevation. Like everywhere you're sort of walking around, it's like not just here's where I walk, there's architecture, but there's more of this kind of thing. What's starting to happen, which is really
Matches your sweater also.
I mean, I really like it. And you're very clearly in love with a certain kind of drape phenomenon because you kept saying it and repeating it, almost as if you're stroking it. But that is, and you full attention to the same great chair. Yeah, with this drape. And I don't know whether you invented that in the last 3 months. It would be interesting to see over the next course of the year or two whether preoccupation can, I mean, we had the guys earlier on with the strand, and now we've got the drape. And I don't mind that. I think it's, you know, most architecture is manneristic. We pretend it is, I mean, you know, certainly there have been generations that have pretended that architecture was done for moral organization reasons.
We had that debate with
what?
We had that debate with Tom May, I know, about architecture. What you know, and what side is architecture?
Actually, I think many of us are preoccupied with certain forms or phenomena. And I think what's nice about the studio is that you're allowed to visit and indulge in it and see how far it can be pushed. And the drape, wow, there's not much you can't do with the drape, actually. And how you fold the drape. And then, of course, it leads to the relationship between architecture and couture. Think about it, you know, there's some famous quotation, clothes are there to celebrate volume. And you could say that the drape is there to celebrate space. And then it leads to the question, once you've hung it, how do you percolate it? How do you deal with it? Just done all it can do. Yeah. There's a hell of a lot it can do because it can hang and hang over other conditions, composite drape. And then what happens when the drape, dare I say, would become dark? But there's no dividing line between the drape and a surface upon which you can walk or grow things, you know, etc. What happens to the drape when you fold another drape into the drape? You come to the right place to investigate that kind of thing. So I think you could drape away to your heart's content. I don't know how many years you're going to be in, 2 years or something, whatever it is.
One semester.
Drape away, and this is just your first three months. You know?
Yeah.
So I would say stick with it, and you have that interesting. Well, you come presumably from the Indian side. And so there's curry in there. There's a curry color. It's not Los Angeles. You know, I've noted that some of the earlier people have been taken by Los Angeles or whatever, but I think you brought something of yourself with you. You know, your shirt is the color of something. Why not? I think why not?
Yeah,
for goodness sake, you know, otherwise it's all.
But what if there was one drape, one unifying drape, right, that you dropped over the whole thing? And then stuff started, you know, tearing away at it. I think it's a missed opportunity to say this is precast concrete, place concrete. I would like it to be more of a textile, although of course concrete can be very plastic. But I think it you know, it's very brittle. So once you start playing with it, then you're done, right? So I think, you know, maybe parts of the drape congeal and become concrete, and other parts of it are lighter and more fibrous, you know, and the rebels are tearing through the drape to poke their heads out, you know. So I think that would be interesting to think of this as the Nat building is actually a drape. And, you know, and so it is ground at certain.
When I look at the drape, the most exciting is when you feel the gravity and the weight of it. You know, that's the most exciting thing. And if you were, you know, let's say you did want to make the drape out of concrete, right, which is a pretty, you know, strange thing, like a strange sensation to see something that supposed to be, you know, kind of counterintuitive. And so, but then if you were to let it do formally something that is so counterintuitive and so gravity defying, or even just to show that gravity and the weight at play, but something kind of defying logic, you know, I think then that would be like pushing it further, as opposed to just sitting on top of something else, you know, which it kind of didn't need the structure itself of its cast anyway. And so your drape is kind of just sitting on something else as opposed to doing its thing and performing what it's supposed to perform. So, and maybe the suggestion of the overall, or suggestion of letting it drape down or draping across those to actually shade something as opposed to shading something that's already shaded, you know, would be pretty fun.
Thank you. Yeah, I think two of our critics have to take off.
Sorry, I managed another one. Thank you. Thanks everyone.
Thank you so much for talking. Thank you, everybody. We're almost there. You guys are amazing. This is why, do you need something else? You want a cake or? Chips? Fish and chips?
Chip sauce.
It's not moving. Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Amin Marandi, and I'm gonna talk about this project that I called it Al Rovesho, which means inside out. Design of the chair comes from 3 different types of donut chairs. By manipulating structural lines and releasing their nodes, the dynamic complex geometry becomes a fluid volume. The design idea of school comes from the relationship between the scale of the chair and architectural scale of classrooms, school and landscape that is surrounding it. Changing the scale, the chair becomes the classroom and also the landscape of the classroom itself, creating a large open space with different functions. As we see, like we have playground, we have spaces for group meetings. Classroom clusters are single individuals that host different numbers of classrooms and are covered with shells made of perforated panels in order to create a semi-open translucent space for natural light and air circulation. Here, another view, how classrooms are sitting next to each other and the landscape could manipulate the circulation. The hallway shapes the central courtyard, circulates the flow between classrooms, clusters, and sub-programs such as library, faculty lounge, storage, teacher's office, and etc. Creates connection and fluidity between inside and outside via perforated green meshes in pieces along the hallway, and more importantly, brings the individuality of each object together as a whole. The central element is the playground coming from 2 chairs together, wrapping themselves around the central playground in sense of protection. And prefab landscape objects along the steps and ramps control and manipulate the courtyard circulation around the playground. Going across and a few steps down, we will get into the auditorium. And here, as you see, the central object as the playground and the auditorium at the other side that we will see. At the end, Rovecho as a design idea considers the school as an articulated place for learning, comparison, and integration, compatible of contributing to the cultural development of the society. Not only brings the image of a classic donut chair, the fluidity and the sense of freedom and protection of its newborn generation for new generations, but actually shows how to look at an object, not individually, but as a whole, to create a fluid, free, and functioning design circulation between inside and outside of a space based on human senses, such as legibility, touch, hear, smell, and maybe in future taste, if it's possible. So. So I use the furniture's lines, try to give a sense of freedom to lines by releasing the nodes that are like keeping them tight together, and it creates this image of the chair, which brings a sense of freedom and even protection. And I try to use it pretty much everywhere and just using an object for everything, not just as an object to use in a space.
Use same form, but you color it differently. It raises in my mind the question whether it is kind of a controlling form, which then you have to widely interpret. In other words, is it a controlling form which sometimes is hard and sometimes is soft? sometimes is echoing and sometimes is sort of friendly and sometimes is unfriendly within the same form. And we had the same conversation with Strands earlier, where that particular team had to, in this discussion anyway, to then use it to demarcate patches. And then the question, could it be the patch? Or in your case, you're saying, no, this is the only, apart from the chairs, which are quite, although they're kind of wobbly, they're quite separate objects. They in no way pretend to be part of that system. Although there's a bit of me that says, I wonder why not, but let's park that. And then one says, okay, what are the limits of this thing? Can it actually, what would happen if it was swirling around and then it really flattened? Now you don't want it to flatten because you're probably afraid of losing it. You know, it continues, it can narrow, it can become yellow, it can become blue, it can get down to the ground, but you still keep it rolling. Now then I say, what if you actually go a bit further and say, let's push its potential, and it's rather like a sort of stingray fish. It almost fans, but it's still integral, right? It hasn't totally, it's starting to get to the edge of what can be a tube, but it isn't. And then it returns. I think there's more. I think that you haven't pushed it far enough, but by so saying, I'm saying that you will have to face the fact of its extremity of itself. You know, it's like we're architects, we're mostly wearing black, but how far can you push wearing black? You know, what happens when the black almost is tempting to become gray? You know, but isn't. What happens? You know, you've done shiny black, matte black, knitted black, but what happens when it gets gray? What happens when you're seeing the black under another light? And this is purely an analogy, but I'm interested in that. I think that and all architectural, I keep using the word mannerism, because actually behind all of this, most of you are mannerist, you know? And the history of architecture is full of mannerism. So the old sort of neoclassic guys, they pushed it. Sometimes somebody was doing, you know, something the size of a hut. Sometimes somebody was doing something the size of a city. And they took this funny inherited rubbish without any common stuff and saw how far they could push it. And some really interesting guys pushed it so hard that it almost fell on itself. And I think that's when, for me, that's when architecture becomes interesting. Once you've agreed with yourself, like the last guy with his drapes, you know, to fall in love with a notion isn't such a bad thing. And to push it and see just how far it goes before it goes. Because if I'm being po-faced about working architecture, I could say, what happens here when it rains? You haven't got anything to deal with that. And as soon as you do have it, is another thing. It's another thing. So what can you do with this when it rains? What can you do with this when it's hot? What can you do with this when you want to run fluid through it? Well, running fluid through it is probably pretty easier, etc. What happens if it's, like we've had conversations with the others, if it pulsates? You know, what happens if it swells? It could still be the tube. So there's a whole, again, I'm almost repeating myself, you know, you're here first 3 months in SCI-Arc. If you're really into this swirler thing, roll it. See how far you can go before you get pissed off with it, maybe.
I agree. I wish you were in our table. No, you guys, we were cooking on our round table the other day. Yeah, we had a, you know, I think that's, no, we had an event where, you know, like I think I like your comments, Peter, it's like, it's all the subtleties are important to this discipline. The mannerisms are about the subtleties, all of the elements for design that, you know, that you are relevant as it is function and program and so on, you know. So I think that you guys appreciate the comments you're receiving, that really is looking into your project at the texture level. We generally don't talk, we let the critics. But yeah, I just wanted to point it out.
Great. Maybe add to that. The way you're doing it has a certain rhythm to it. And it's not just the rhythm of the dynamism itself, like the slingshot, but also the spacings of those steps. So I'm kind of wondering, maybe along the same line, what Peter is thinking is, if you were to then investigate the gap and the void, you know, so when you're kind of drawing this line, and when you start having multiples of those, the gaps are probably as important, you know, as the solids themselves. And so the exercise could then become using what, you know, how you transformed it, versions of it, varieties of it, variations of it, but then to really choreograph that experience, you know, to choreograph what it's doing and what it's not doing, what happens when it's not doing anything, you know, so that the whole thing could be read as that you see how contrast, maybe that's a better way to put it. When you zoom out, you know, all those, like when you squint, they start to blur, so you just kind of see repetition of it. So just have more meaning, more specific meaning, you know, to specific moments.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting conversation. It's like how do you find your aesthetic agenda, I guess, and where does it make sense to, you know, reinforce it, like, or where does it not make sense to use it? And I think this fluid line idea, I think it definitely works as a master plan site strategy. Like when I see this kind of middle second to the end one, I start to think, oh, that's like a highway. Like you're creating this other system of moving traffic, and there can be a hierarchy to it, right? Like maybe you can drive, maybe it's at the scale that you could drive, or buses can move through there. But then maybe there's other ways to explore this line. Like how do you then differentiate between, okay, if it's, you know, there's vehicle traffic, whereas pedestrian traffic, are those on the same plane? Can they be separated? So then you start to see the fluid line kind of link up, or change scale, or change vertical height, and then when it comes to the structure of the pods, you know, maybe it needs a different scale. It can't be the same scale, or, you know, maybe in this case it can't be the same scale as the thickness that you're using to designate, you know, the bus path, right? And so yeah, it's just a matter of, you know, continuing to explore where does it make sense to use this type of language, and then maybe there has to be another system. Like it doesn't always have to be the same system regulating everything.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
We have Corey.
And then Arjun, and you want, oh, there.
Yeah, don't steal the toys.
Yeah.
From your kids.
Yeah. Yep.
Mark's not going to take that. That's a particularly large group.
Yeah. Yeah, I think some of the other groups were all in pairs.
Oh,
so she has, I have 6 projects, she has 14. And I think
I'm gonna start you guys off with just the images first and then move into the video. So my project is based on learning by fun. And so starting off with the chairs, mixing contemporary architecture with sci-fi elements. I designed a sleek and whimsical campus where kids can learn by having fun. Using a certain concept I used from exercise 1, where we designed our own versions of the tornado chair. I wanted to design a chair that was the opposite of the tornado chair. Instead of curves, I used 90-degree orthogonal lines that are continuous lines that never end. So like basically an infinity chair. So seeing that from the past chairs that you guys looked at before, the tornado chair likes to curve and move. And so I took those same curves and I wondered if you, instead of making them curve vertically, be making it go straight or orthogonal horizontally, and just, you never know where the chair starts or ends, basically. And so I took those elements and implemented them in the circulation program of my design. The red and copper lines not only give digital and sci-fi aesthetics, it also helps direct the kids throughout the campus and out to key views and vantage points. Since exercise 1 and 2, I played with levels of hierarchy, lighting in my program by looking at the project and plan and section. This gave me opportunity to expand the circulation and gave me instances of defined spaces that are occupiable and used for certain functions. I invited curves into the project by putting tubes and slides to help give quick access to the classroom in different fun zones of leisure, along with elevators from sky bridges that cantilever throughout the different points of the project. The materials are light pastels of natural colors from the environment of the campus. I use terrazzo to help define places of conjugation and education while still keeping the integrity of the natural colors and rock and dirt. I use extruded elements from the terrazzo for climbing obstacles and benches throughout the project also. So you'll see those exaggerated shapes and stuff throughout here. And this is the video. These are the pieces of terrazzo I was speaking of. You see how the copper and also the colors are implemented on the site. I took the copper as like more of getting that digital aesthetic, which I was looking for in the gaming design, sci-fi, things of that such, that also direct our visitors or students throughout the campus. You can see there's different levels, but also to play with throughout the campus. You have your lower levels where, of course, you'll be dealing with more higher elements that the kids will be playing on, from slides to rock climbing, which also play tongue-in-cheek with the terrazzo that you see on the ground where they can sit and have leisure. These bridges also go throughout the entire school. You can look at them as like, data transfer bridges and such. They also have these lighting elements of lines that go through them because it's still a sense of circulation throughout the project. Also, these lines illuminate. They get to these points of elevators that will let them down to these lower levels where they would have their school classrooms and drama and other educational sessions. These classrooms also is equipped with theater rooms. I feel like that, my favorite part of school was always watching movies. Teachers were interesting on their own. Movies we watched were also pretty fun to learn too. I just wanted to use that element of fun to be the teacher itself and the architecture playing along with that. Instead of just sitting in the classroom all day listening to lectures, how to count 1, 2, 3s and ABCs. There's other ways of doing it. So, Also inspired by my daughter. She's big on like telling me what she had, what she did at school was fun instead of the boring stuff, which is learning math and all of that. So I'm like, what did you learn? Like, well, I learned how to climb this and climb that. And, I finally did the monkey bars. Even though these are things that, take into real life as far as like how to pay your taxes and drive, but that's something that inspires her to want to be at school. Before I implemented that in my design. As you can see, the copper also runs through the existing. It's kind of inviting you into the new campus that I've designed it. And as you can see, the light that goes to the data, I call them data bridges, but ancillary. That's it. Thank you.
From here, the TV. Yeah. So we don't have any sound. You should turn it up. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Oh.
It was already on.
Yeah. Okay. You can zoom in into the Google to just show how it connects to.
Want me to get closer? Okay. Okay.
You come from the tradition of positioned object. However much you talk about this thread and so on, it's merely part of the conversation. I notice every time you introduce a toy, let us call it, and you position it. Sometimes you even frame it. And they are positioned rather like the one within the sculpture part. Gallery killers, that is a good thing to see now. Then we move, and then we see this, and then so that it's quite subconscious. And my recent conversation with myself this morning has been how much do these various characters bring with them, and how much do they encounter from what is this general impression of SCI-Arc, which I may have to revise this year, because there have been years, but let us say.
Yes, sir.
And Los Angeles, and again repeat myself, but I can still remember 50 years ago encountering Los Angeles for real, as opposed to just in the movies or whatever. And there's certain things to do with the predominance of a certain wall color and how you appropriate the cactus, which we've met 3 or 4 times this morning. You appropriate it as a piece of white toy. And it would be interesting to know if a kid came to the school who would be on the East Coast, let's say, at which point would they realize that that thing is a cactus? They haven't seen a real cactus. So that's always, because again, in the LA of old, there were always referential objects, top hats, whatever the hell, hamburgers. So you're catching that. That interests me because, again, one's then projecting forward. You're in the first 3 months here. Do you bring this particular collection of stuff with you? And more particularly, do you bring the procedure of placing objects? Because there's I'm sort of thinking you've got down in Bauhaus at a certain moment in your presentation, and I was thinking buildings like the one across the street, in your presentation. I was thinking, well, he's bringing a lot of baggage with him. And he's enjoying bringing the baggage with him. And then one of my difficulties was I was thinking Ashton Ragadoodle's music hall with the black things, some guys in Australia, in Melbourne. Because there's some sort of Melbourne theme about this kind of thing of taking strange applied objects, funky objects, and then the positioning them and organizing them in quite a, dare I say, traditional modernist manner. So this is all running through one's head, and you are very happy absorbing the Morphosis building, actually. In fact, I dare even say that with a bit of manipulation, you could absorb it more and you could infiltrate your thing into it more without causing a lot of upset. Now, whether that's a plus or a minus, this is another conversation. Whether, because most people haven't really, I can see most people haven't really bothered with the existing school, which people like me, seeing it whenever, just after it had been built, it was really exciting. I hadn't seen a school like that. I certainly never went to a school. And to present school as this sort of entertainment deck almost with these things spurting off it was extraordinary. But no, a different generation, you don't have to. But you personally might rather enjoy it. In fact, probably you're very familiar with that architecture.
Yes.
Yeah, you're probably even versed in. I mean, I need to know where you were schooled, but so it's an intriguing one. It's quite. Is this the last project?
I think we have one more, right?
Oh my God. Okay. But it's an interesting one to posit against the rest, I think. You bring a lot of stuff with you, undoubtedly. And I wish there had been some kids running around in the movie.
I would love to do that. I don't think we're allowed to bring human elements. Yeah.
Struck by your opening statement with the comment chair, how you were going against the curvature and you were exploring another way of interpreting the comment chair. And I think maybe if you could have applied that logic and more further into the campus, I think you started to hit at it, like you're talking about these pathways as being
data transfers or data conversions or data
transfer. Yeah. So then I started thinking, like, maybe kids don't actually go to this school. Like, instead they have little iPads that cart them around. Like, I think like, how can you go against even, the conventional nature of elementary school? I mean, that's what Diamond Ranch does, but it's still kind of, it looks unconventional, but it's still conventional elementary school, right? And so, I would just think about, like, I think you started off with this really potent idea, and I would like to see that. See more of that.
No, understandable. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, Corey, amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for staying with us. So we have only 2 more to go, and then we'll have some food. I promise. I promise.
Arjun. I'm going to click that blue arrow so it does.
I think it also just use the middle one as well as that.
Right now you're in select view.
So Claudia, Corey was your student? Oh, okay.
No, but I saw him.
Oh, I see, I see.
Hello, everyone. My name is Arjun, and my project is called Dew Flora. I have designed a school which draws inspiration from nature and its unique biophilic forms that could enhance and uplift the overall student experience. I wanted my school to be a space which could resonate with the free-spirited nature of children by morphing around their needs while maintaining an unrestricted flow which would nurture them through the best years of their life. My school design started from the deformation of the Tonnet chair, where the prevailing lines and surfaces come to life as they overlap each other in a playful manner. On a classroom scale, the surface engulfs the chair along with the children, giving rise to an open and a free-flowing classroom shell, while the lines branch out to form the interior structures. The classroom design eliminates the concept of corners and seating rows while incorporating various levels, which create a more immersive and an interactive space. These classrooms are arranged in an interconnected platform, which helps integrate the play area along with the clusters. Overall, the school has a nature theme design where instead of depicting natural elements or nature as such, the design focus more on the concept of perceiving the whole school as a living entity that could take the shape around spaces based on the need. The clusters are enveloped by large canopies that respond to the prevailing climate and also provide an informal boundary to these clusters. The form of the school resonates with the chair design, where you could see the different kinds of interplay between surfaces and lines. The spaces are arranged in a manner that will allow and encourage the gathering of children by having classroom clusters situated around the central common spaces. Similar to the existing school, the design is influenced by the existing landscape. Instead of flattening the slope for the site, I have worked with the slope and tried to incorporate it within the school. The whole school rests on a series of free-flowing island platforms that vary in height based on the existing slopes. These platforms also help carve out a shaded circulation pattern within the campus. This also helps understanding the sustainable nature where you can find out how much of land has been excavated for the school to stand. So the overall theme, if you see the starting from my chair, I've recognized the two main elements in the Tonnet chair, that would be the lines and the surfaces. And I try to show a naturalistic deformative process where they both can almost come to life and take control of one another. So from this, I have tried to think of a classroom that would best suit for this chair, where you could see these lines almost enveloping the surfaces and also sometimes forming the interiors of the classrooms like bookshelves or lightings. These classrooms are placed in clusters over these platforms, and these platforms help also in the circulation as the negative space which is left behind. The overall school is supposed to like show like a zoomed in version of a natural texture that you would see.
Thank you.
I love the atmosphere when you're inside with these kind of floating columns or whatever they are. You know, I'm sort of imagining. I think that there's really kind of lovely atmosphere about us being, you know, shrunk to miniature, sort of in between or inside and amongst, you know, insect world and nature world. So that moment I find really beautiful. And then when you zoomed out and you see the overall, there's enough of kind of intensity to all this texture and layers and atmosphere. Yeah, there's somewhere in between at that kind of really tricky scale where something was meant to be seen zoomed out, that might be meaningful, or something that's when you're kind of inhabiting. That is the most meaningful. That kind of middle bit is the trickiest thing, where things become building elements or structures and they become sterile again. And so I can imagine that if you time and develop this, you can sort of develop that same atmosphere throughout.
I think you put your finger on it because I also like the dreamy quality of one or two of the interiors. It's quite interesting in this last batch. We've been seeing some people who hardly show the interior, you know, like the draped guy. You know, very rarely got inside his building. Here we're really, I think the interior is the most successful thing. And I just by the way, imagine the kid that would go to a room like that in the daytime and then go home, and it would be very, very drab, you know, dreary. Whether they would start complaining, why don't we have part at home? But on the other hand, I think people on it, but then when it moves to the interstitial spaces, it sort of drops to slightly business as usual. And I think again to repeat, because now there's certain things which are cropping up in certain people's project. One is the thing of the sort of the pod inside another structure, maybe linking the pods, how similar the pods should be, or whether they are a sort of generic pod type. What happens, dare I say, if the next one along is sort of greeny, but not quite as green color. And then the next one along has already started to become blue. And the next one along is blue towards purple. You know, and so that you say, well, like depending on how the curriculum works, you know, my friend in year 5 lived in the purple one, in year 3 lived in the green one, or whether you say we go and have, what are those? We do economics, right? When we go and do geography or something, we're in an orange color, and when we're doing kind of something else, to what extent? Because though I was saying earlier in the morning that of the 10 schools I went to, I can remember a general atmosphere, but then there was also the association of that atmosphere with the activity, so that in North European schools, English schools, the gymnasium usually has a certain kind of atmosphere, and the chemistry laboratory has a certain sort of atmosphere. played against what the intention of the architecture, more particularly the pitch the architecture was. So one school would be wanting to be sort of neo-Tudor, which is an old historical method. The others were wanting to be modernist, but not very modernist because you didn't, etc. And very occasionally you would get a school that was trying not to be like a school, or was even converted something or other to become a school. And then you'd have very enterprising teachers who would put lots of stuff up on the wall so that in one case the art would become really, and even have good art, by known people, which is quite unusual. And suddenly, you'd, particularly if you want to do architecture, you'd sort of come alive in that room. Now yours, on the other hand, is a question of what else can you get out again? What can you get out of your striking architecture? Can you path the walkway? Does the walkway have to be just a path and then the other things are buildings? That's business as usual. And the path itself becomes something else as it moves on. Does it go from sort of granite to sand? Does it go from white to yellow? Does it go from hard to soft? Like in some schools, they have rubber floors, don't they?
Architecture. Is that what you said?
Architecture.
Yes, architecture.
Maybe to follow what Your Highness is saying.
Sir.
Sir Piero.
Mr. Sir.
I think one of the interesting things, to me, one of the most compelling part of your project is ambiguity. To me, is that one of those projects that I think when you use your presentation to be super smart. The idea, I don't know if it's maybe a representation or not, but it looks like let's call it the artificial component of materiality seems to be unfinished. And I think to me that's an interesting notion. So there is a kind of an ambiguity, almost that I feel like I don't have to be pushing through the bushes to get it through. So I think those things are for me is interesting because I think if anything the architecture can do for education, I think it's probably to stimulate imagination. So I don't believe that much in the power of program, challenge programs as a way to contribute. But I think the environment that you create and the kind of notion of story, your project has to be, and I think to understand the majority of projects, at least the one I've seen because I've been in and out, it plays with that quality. So there is something about an enchanted garden thing in your project. And again, I don't know how intentional it is or not, doesn't matter, it produces an effect. That the project is very comfortable with this idea that it's not complete. And it's something that there's a notion of kind of implied growth into it. And I think to me that's a super interesting one. I don't know, there is this, there is all this logic that is emerging out of the pandemic, and one of them is, okay, everybody, before the pandemic, we were all like city density and so on, or the rural and the country. And I think there's a new quality that is starting to emerge, which is either one or the other, and this necessity to start to create this kind of in-between thing, between architecture and nature. At the same time, as we know, California, all the nature that we know is artificially made because the notion that your project, again, I don't know how much is architecture, how much is vegetation, how much is fake vegetation. I don't know if it would be plastic vegetation, real vegetation. And the fact that they almost refuse having closures. And again, and I don't know if this is because when you run out of time, that was all your intention. It doesn't matter to me. But I think the notion of, if we were to rethink what is the future of technology in education, I would say the first thing is the project should always look incomplete. The project, a school should never look finished. And I think that's an interesting, to me, that's a super interesting element. I keep again wondering with some of your projects, like yours and we talking previous one, I'm not so sure about the necessity to extend the plateau of the existing building. There is something interesting about this idea that people keep, and I know you try it a little bit, but you still have the necessity that I need to create this artificial ground for my thing to exist. And I keep wondering about that. I think your project, if it's almost like, if you feel like you will be dropping the things and they place what they place, there will be something to be, I think the project will even get to another layer of that notion of ambiguity. But also, I really like the color palette that you use. There is something like a lavender quality. It's almost like the project wants to smell well. Like I have a feeling that they will smell nice, which is a very nice thing in a big school with a lot of people. That they have the capacity to smell nice. I mean, I would say it's one of the silver lining about the mask that we have these days. It filters the smells of a lot of people together. But yeah, it's a smelly project. I think that's pretty cool.
With that, thank you so much. Claire. So with that, we move to online. Piyush, you mind navigating for Claire? If somebody knows where her model is? Your model is here, Claire, or?
Yes, it is.
So Piyush is in charge. I think it's better to navigate from here, Claire, because we get better of a solution, okay?
Yeah. So hi there. Thank you so much for sticking around. My name is Claire Trout, and I'm presenting over Zoom today due to illness. So my good friend Piyush here is going to be navigating the physical aspects of my presentation. So we can go ahead and start with the video.
Yeah, it's not zooming.
Finale, you know, they're like.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, great. So conceived from variations of Michael Tonette's rocking chair Model 1 and various other chairs and tables from his series, this project blends traditional geometric components with natural elements. This creates a unique hybrid which sets the stage for a school that connects charmingly with the existing school as well as the surrounding landscape. During the classroom phase of the project, the narrative emerged of a science experiment gone wrong, blurring the lines between outdoor and indoor elements with foam textures and lush mosses. This further developed the blend between geometric components and traditional classroom furniture with organic forms and textures. The textures began as very lush and green, and as the project developed and was placed in the site, it shifted to blending into the California landscape. Upon the next stage of development, a cluster of classrooms was created and a diagrid was added to introduce structural formwork and a potential covering from the elements. Natural forms advanced and were formed as barriers and walls of the classroom, which could also be climbed upon and played on as well. The benefit of the site being located in Southern California is the climate is generally mild and rarely rains. This further benefited the design of the classrooms to be open air and allow for flexible spaces. Sand, rock, and green grasses were introduced as textures of the design, replacing the lush mosses and foam from the experiment. The moss mounds and boulders, these natural forms from the classroom stage, grew and evolved to structural forms that could be used for indoor spaces such as a community hall or an arts pavilion. The diagrid classroom layout was inspired by the cluster of black tables from the initial classroom. Various zones blend through a physical hierarchy as the project utilizes the existing downhill slope to take advantage of introducing terraces to create outdoor spaces of learning and interaction. The project seeks to create a contrast between Diamond Ranch, the existing high school designed by Morphosis, but also include forms and geometry from the initial design, which can be easily recognized. While we see the surrounding landscape is arid with only a few trees, the project seeks to pull from the narrative of an amusing, interactive classroom that is exciting to attend, but doesn't ignore the natural landscape of the California climate. Existing colors and textures intrigue the imagination and shift away from a traditional classroom approach that not only creates a theoretical exploration of a classroom, but also allows for a certain playfulness to occur to encourage interaction. The open classroom and terraced environment create that link and continue the idea of blending indoor with outdoor spaces and allow for a view of the scenic surroundings while the new energetic buildings ensure a lighthearted approach. Thank you.
So in case you noticed, there was two students that were working together after midterm review, Clean and Marbesha, and towards the end, they work individually. So you will find this, yeah, that's where they're not copying each other, they're working together and then they split. So,
yes, just different variations.
Yeah, so towards the end, you'll find the subtleties of the variation.
Well, maybe to start, your project, I think, is one of those projects in which, and I think there is a potential interesting quality. There is almost like a certain dichotomy between the reading of the geometrical plan order versus the perspective. I think your project is way more interesting in perspective. I think it's almost like it's almost contrarian. When I was reading the plan, I was expecting different things. So I think that there is a certain kind of there is this qualities in the, particularly in the second image on the top row. Yeah, those are, to me, those are the most interesting thing. There is almost like a kind of I don't know. Somebody recently, and this is a comparison I like it a lot. They were talking about the different creative process by the kind of cooking between the baker and a chef. And a baker is somebody who sticks to the book, follow the recipe, and if something goes wrong, it tweaks it. A chef is more like throw this, throw that. There is something like that. And in a way, it's like if your plan belongs to the baker culture and the perspective belongs to the chef culture. So there is something, a certain level of adding and changing on something that happened at the space level. And in the plan, actually, some of the early plans are interesting. Like that one is particularly interesting. And I think when you start to become a relation with the site, it makes too many concessions to recognizable order. But I don't think that's a big problem because then you can fix it because it's still in those perspectives and so on is there. So there was something super interesting about this kind of order by proximity, which I think when you start to clean it up and try to give it like a certain Cartesian order, I think it loses some of the power along the way. But on the other hand, I have the suspicions that it's still at the space level in terms of the narrative. That would be super interesting. And to me, that is a very old ancient architecture that there are many architects, and you look at it in the space, and fascinating. And you look at the plan, and the plan was not the same one, and vice versa. And there are projects that the plan is incredibly precise, and the spaces they produce, the spaces produced is unpredictable. So I really strike by that dichotomy, and I wonder as we move forward that would be something for you to keep developing. There's something really interesting about the kind of the fracture between those things that is supposed to be coherent, but it doesn't necessarily need to do that. So I'm struck by that. And by the way, the chairs experiments were also pretty beautiful.
I'm intrigued by how in architecture schools, there's some architecture schools where they play a lot on precedent. You know, they recommend you to look at certain architects and not to look at others, etc., etc. Now here, I've always felt SCI-Arc was sort of beyond that. It almost told you not to look at architecture at all. But I'm looking at this, and okay, some of the remarks made to the other girl who was doing a similar project apply here. But I'm suddenly thinking, my God, who is the granddaddy of this method? It's Frank Gehry.
Yes.
The box and then the naughty.
Yes.
How much box and how much naughty? Sometimes, of course, in recent years, he's come to make it either all naughty or twisted box. But still, we did the tour of his office 4 days ago, and he's still doing, in some cases, the box and the naughty. Now, it intrigues me because you are several generations away from Frank Gehry, and what I've noticed is that immediate generations have to do the opposite of the previous generation. And even two down, they're still nervous. But by the time you get 3 generations down, it's perfectly, I could imagine that people like you can not poo-poo Frank Gehry. You don't have to, because you're so many generations away from it. It's almost like talking about the Gothic or something. And you know what I'm saying? It's the thing of yeah. You know, I mean, there's certain, just be autobiographical, there's certain colors I would not use because my teacher's generation always used them, and it's gone. You know, but I think Gehry was doing that kind of stuff. Now you have means to go beyond Gehry, and the great thing that this class is interested in, which I like too, is sort of growth. Vegetable growth. It's not the only thing this came up, lady said, which is the sort of hairiness of reality. That at the moment in the picture, the vegetable growth is terribly neat and stops at an edge. Whereas what's really fascinating about vegetable growth is that it also grows where you don't quite want it to grow. The interesting thing about sort of objects that sit on the ground is that they cast shadows, or they make a hole in the ground, or they make a stain. And I think what would be interesting is to pursue the non-existent borderline between the positioned object and the spillage, the non-edge, the insidious, you know, seeping into the, I mean, if you can get the digital presentations to do that, or even by using video, you know, by using movie to say, this is it, and then it does that. And then you put the kids in there, and they're imperfect, and they will, you know, the other thing is that they will not do what you think they're going to do. You know, ideally, in this sort of architecture, they'll sit on the thing that they're not meant to sit on. You know, they'll climb up the thing that they're not meant to climb on. And they won't use, they might not even like your chairs. They might go in there and say, arty chairs. I don't sit on it. I want to sit on the embankment or on the floor, which is also legit. To do with this stuff. And I'm intrigued by why you too, like your colleague, like to use the cage. The cage, for me, cage is a very almost an aggressive object. You know, that we've all done things with structures to cling on to, but somehow that to me is almost the most feared leftover of the other architecture. The rectilinear, less so, but the cage, it's almost like sort of the nervousness or something. We need to think to hold on to.
I think in both projects, it's not clear what it is. Is it chain link? Is it a cage? Is it a pattern? And I think that, to your point about Frank Gehry, the naughtiness of using the chain link fence, like he doesn't do it once, he does it several times. And, taking these, materials that you don't want to look at normally and putting them right in the, part of a project. It's like, how do you, I guess, turn up the naughtiness in the project? What is the use of the chain link or this grid pattern? And I think even, more folks use a similar agenda with the skin and the, almost like a chain effect thing. So
different scale.
Yeah, I don't think it's your, I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I always thought that Frank Gehry works on it. It's like somebody fractured your thing and they need to put the steel thing to keep it more or less. And Morphosis, I always thought it was like braces. They were precise, clean, so they said,
there's a messiness.
There is and I think the thing, and I have to say, I think part of what it makes most of the projects super interesting to watch in each of the sections, I think it's the dialogue, the friction with that building. Like I was thinking, like that project, it's kind of interesting how also architecture, right? The Diamond Ranch was considered at some point a very radical project, but now we take it as something that is established, is historical, and so on. So the friction with that and the relation with this element, and I think maybe the cage is a vehicle for that transition, maybe. So I don't know. I think there is a series of possibilities there, which again there is something about, and I say this in a positive way. There is kind of a pastiche approach that you use it. That there is like a very conscious effort to don't produce a coherence.
Everybody was well behaved. They stuck to the site, I noticed. Nobody sort of crawled along the bottom of the ranch building.
Yeah.
I would have expected somebody to say, okay, I don't like to do this. We're going to infiltrate, wrap around the other building. Be very naughty indeed.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What can I say? Hernan, thank you for coming in. And Claudia and Peter, thank you for speaking out 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We don't do that stuff anymore, but we did it this time. So, no prize. Thank you to all the students. Good work. Enjoy the rain. It doesn't happen that often.
And thank you to Austin and Yutang and Kate. Thank you.
Everybody that is still down there, my feelings, Karina,
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Yes, we're going to quickly.